Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey, Roberters and Robertalinos.
Roberta.
Welcome to J is for Justice. I am Jay. I'm your host today and every day. Welcome to my channel. If you are new here, please consider subscribing. And if you like what you see, give it a freaking thumbs up. I hope everybody is having a good Wednesday. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. I know the country is getting taken by a hurricane, and I'm sitting out in the sun today. So you guys all stay safe, stay warm. I hope you got all your supplies that you need, because it looks like it's going to be a doozy. I'm happy to report, though, that the only change we had here in Florida today was the wind picked up a little. You guys want to smack me, don't you? Angie B and Incognito Potato Shell. They are your moderators today. Show them some love. Show them some support, because they put up with my ass, and there isn't anything worse than that. But yo, I'm sporting my Dateline shirt that I got back in January of 2020. Was it? Yes. 2020. Oh my God. KC, welcome to Roberta, hun. Thank you for joining. Welcome to the family. I don't know if that's kind of a scary thing sometimes. You don't know if that's going to be a good or a bad thing. But at any rate, I hope that all of you guys stay warm. Can't remember what I was saying. Oh, look, we've got look at our chat box just decided to pop up.
Roberta.
Oh, Mike Sanner is your moderator too. Yes, yes. I was saying, give them some love. They put up with me.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Oh, wait, hang on. I need to get my headphones on. We're going to take your calls today. I got a mouse in my pocket. No, I don't. It's just me. Just me today. But I'm hoping that you guys will call in and talk about, oh, sorry. I was watching this. What is it? The State Department holding a brief as Biden trips up the steps of Air Force One and concludes his trip in Poland and Ukraine. But I hope you guys will call in, and we can talk about anything. We can talk about what's going on in the world. I put up that we could talk about the Idaho 4 because that seems to be what everybody is talking about every day. There's new stuff. But I want you guys to I have a specific question. We can't ignore the elephant in the room, which is Justin, right? Justin, the guy that came out about Dylan and all that stuff. So if you believe him, I want to hear from you if you believe him, and I want to know why. That's my only request. Other than that, the phone lines are open if anybody wants to call. And we have our chat box up on the screen. Let me see if I can move this blockhead. So I was just kind of perusing the tubes before I went live just to see if anything was going down. And I saw that there's a lot of threats going on at our high schools. Did you guys see that? We're going to keep the news up here. We're going to keep an eye on him, right? I'll keep an eye on this dude up here. Okay. Anyone from Texas? We have a lot of Texas people here. Oh my gosh. Obsessed for Disneyland said I'm in California and we have sleet right now. I'm working off a generator. Wow. I feel for you guys. I wasn't trying to be a smartass. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to make light of that for sure. Thank God you have a generator. Justin didn't even know who Anne was, Feminem. Is that right? I just watched the first video. Well, no, I watched his first video and then I watched him on TNT, and then I haven't seen anything else since then. But man, you guys all need get some firewood. You're up at Gull Lake, Northern? Nice. I bet it's chilly up there, eh? But you guys feel free to call in. Let's get those phone lines ringing. The number is at the bottom of your screen. I also want to invite anyone who would like to become a member. We have special emote icons, whatever you want to call them. We have fun. You can also get rid of that slow mode. What up, Lala? Lala, call in. The number is up on the screen. Let me show you what I saw. Yeah, Idaho has a shitload going on. So does the U.S. Don't let don't let Idaho fool you. We all have a lot of shit going on. Let's go over it. We'll wait until somebody gets the gumption to call. Hey, Potato. Potato, I know it's international for you to use the Google voice. So I'm going to put the collab cam link in a text for you if you'd like to call in and tell me what's on your mind. We got to give the Potato a direct line, don't we? We do. Okay, webcam source is going to be... Okay, I'm going to give you a link. I'm going to put it in the text right now. There we go. Okay. So Tater has a way to call. You guys have a way to call. The phone number's there. Don't be friggin' shy. I don't like talking to myself all the time, you know? But no, I want to know your guys' thoughts. You guys see a lot more than I do. I did, however, I check Reddit. And I did see, like, the Bry Nation. Did you guys see that? Bry Nation. It's like they love him, and it's really weird. There has been a lot of people being arrested in Idaho. Check this out. I think this is the latest one that I found. February the 9th. Let me make sure you guys can see these guys. Are we in the wrong live? What's going on? Potatoes, what's going on? Did it not go on the right live? It told me I had a duplicate stream key, but I didn't know what that meant. Why does it say governor? What the hell? Okay, hold up. I need to change my thumbnail and shiz. I'm not even seeing the right chat. What the hell is going on? I'm like... Oh, Lord. Give me a second to get this straightened around. Figure out where the hell I'm at. It's amazing that anybody finds me. Okay, here you guys are. Here's the live. Okay, it says convicted cold case. No. We got to get rid of that. All right, so let's go to edit. Yeah, we're just going to give them the link. Stevie Irwin. I want to know why you believe him. I want to know why you believe him. First of all, let's get our title and everything changed so we get... That's why no one's calling in. Dude, I can hardly look at his face. It scares me. That thumbnail, though. Now I have to find it. Like, I was seeing where she said, like, Gull Lake, baby, but that's not even our live, which is so weird. Okay, the title's changed, now the thumbnail. Why has there been, have you guys noticed too, a lot of murder-suicides lately? Multiple southern Idaho schools placed in lockdown after hoax. All right, let me get this shit straight here. Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. You think by now I'd have my shit together.
He's like, hey, sorry, I'm yawning a lot. I yawn a lot when I'm tired.
Okay, so let me now delete the one that no one is going to be live on. So we don't have people sitting there. Oh, Lord. That's what I feel like sometimes. I feel like sometimes I'm just in the desert on a horse with no fucking name. Oh, and YouTube has already given me the yellow $sign. I love you, YouTube. Love you. All right. So it seems like there's a lot going on all over, but also in southern Idaho, they had several schools on lockdown today. Let's show you guys. That's the drug bust I was talking about, but these two guys, look how much they got, though. This is what was memorable to me. And look at, he has a tattoo. It says Las Vegas on his chest. See that? Blech.
I'm up here, you morons! Come and get me!
So I guess our little chat thingy isn't going to work because I went on the wrong fucking live. So let me get rid of that. Okay. So check out how much drugs they found. So 2 men were arrested in Idaho Falls after police reportedly caught both in possession of large amounts of fentanyl. Jacob Gardner, 29. That's Jacob, who has Las Vegas on his chest, was arrested for felony possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver, felony unlawful possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, a felony agent's warrant, misdemeanor injury to a child, misdemeanor possession of drug paraphernalia, and a misdemeanor warrant for petty theft. Juan Villa, 32, from Vegas. So he must really like Juan because he got Vegas on his chest. Was arrested for felony possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver and a misdemeanor warrant. On Tuesday, Idaho Falls police responded to the 1500 block of Curtis Avenue looking for Garner, which is him. So in plain view of the residents, they observed multiple items of drug paraphernalia, and they were near children's items. The person in the home agreed to call Garner and get him to come to the house. And he agreed to meet with them. And then, look, he told officers that 2 safes in the bedroom contained fentanyl pills and a gun. Got all those pills. They found 1,000 fentanyl pills called Dirty 30s, a 40 caliber handgun, approximately $25,000 in cash, believed to be from the sale of the drugs. He was arrested and booked at the Bonneville County Jail. He appeared in court on Wednesday. Guess what his bond was set at? Let's do a little game. What do you think his bond was set at? I already gave it away that he got out. So, what do you think his bond was? We'll give you guys a few guesses. It's crazy everywhere. Shell says 2,000. Shell's not aiming high for any expectations. 20K loaded hot. You're pretty close. 25K. Yep. 25K. So he's back out on the streets. I bet he learned his lesson. Right? This creep on the left with Vegas stamped on his chest.
And we are coming for you.
I mean, the way I see it is like if they want to bring drugs into our country so bad, they like Mexico so bad, why don't they go there? Why don't they just go there and stay? We don't need you here anymore. But yeah, I thought that was nuts. It's a lot. And then they had a second one in Idaho Falls. The Idaho Falls Police Special Investigations Unit, with the assistance of the Bonneville County Sheriff's Office and the Idaho State Police, contacted Villa. Then they found, holy shit. After the search of the vehicle, they found 20,000 fentanyl pills. The total package weight of the pills was 2,613 grams, had an estimated street value of over $200,000. So Villa, him, the dude from Vegas, is on $150,000 or $175,000 bond. But the one they were originally looking for got $25,000 bond. Make that make sense. I don't know.
McNo.
I say keep them both in there. Shit. Okay, so let's go back out. If you just like Google, this is what I do. I just Google, and you look at the date, to see like all of these articles are different busts, and they're all different times. February 11th. Here's one in Boise in December. And if you go back to like near the murders, I mean, it's just everywhere. Cocaine, LSD, amphetamines. Authorities say this drug dealer would contact children via Snapchat and was also using Cash App. It's just rampant. Damn, man. 5 pounds of meth found on the interstate. Like, what? Cottonwood, Idaho seems to be something that comes up a lot. So there's a lot that goes on in Cottonwood. Look at this shit. This is September 19th of last year. Idaho County drug bust. If that doesn't make you sick. I want to make sure my phone's ringing. How come I can't do that shit? Hold on. I'm sorry if anybody called. Oh, there we go. Now I hear it. Okay. wanted to make sure. Okay. So this is Cottonwood, Idaho. And I'm not sure I'm going to be able to read it. Most of them you have to pay, but let's try. Yes. Okay, so there's the first pick. Okay, so on September 18th of last year, Idaho County dispatched a report of a suspicious male that had come to the door of a residence in Cottonwood, Idaho. Idaho County deputies responded to the area around 11:50, where they located a vehicle on East Road off of Highway 95. They made contact with those in the vehicle. See, it always does that. Anyways, it was 33-year-old Cameron Ross. He had a warrant out of Kootenai County, felon in possession of a firearm, possession of methamphetamine, possession of methadone without prescription, 2 counts of possession of a firearm and possession of paraphernalia. 25-year-old Bailey Ross of Spokane Valley, Washington, had 2 warrants out of Spokane, possession of meth and paraphernalia. 29-year-old Erica Hutto Bennett of Spokane, same things. And here's Bailey. I mean, these people are turning into like human zombies, you guys. Look at them. Sick. But guess what? So when I was looking at this Cottonwood, let's see how far Cottonwood is from Moscow, first of all. Okay. Not far. It's just south of Lewiston and that. So there's Cottonwood. You guys can see better. Okay, so there's Moscow up top and then Cottonwood at the bottom. So when I was like looking around in Cottonwood, somehow Cottonwood, Idaho coroner, I think that's what it ended up being, right? Yeah, there's a Cody Funk. And I didn't know it's actually it's Grangeville, Idaho. Let's see what this map shows us. I didn't really look too deep into it. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that name. I do remember like that Justin said Cody. She's Cody's sister, bro. I don't know why she was spared, because she was Bethany's. Something about Bethany's brother. Is that right? Oops. Is that what we think, though? That I don't know if this is him. So that's Grangeville. In the middle of nowhere, but yeah. He's been the coroner since 2015. Did you guys, let me come back to chat because I need to know. You guys pick up the phone and call. Dang it. That is her brother? Okay, wait, let me go back and read some of your chats. Smoking dabs might as well be meth. 8-hour high. I don't know. Dabs aren't anything near meth. I think this Justin guy is full of shit and found what he said extremely disrespectful. Salt Lake City and Denver are hubs for running drugs, as is Boise. Wow, Lala. Lala says, I saw earlier like 15 bikers from Evansville, Indiana were sentenced 155 years federal time for the meth. Yeah, funkies. Is it funky or funk? That is her brother? Wow, Stevie Irwin. Oh, it's funky. Okay. 517, I missed your call. I'm going to call you back. How about that? Let's call 517 back. Funka? Heiki Hollis. Heiki Hollis. It's Fupa. No, I want you guys to call and tell me if you believe this guy. If you believe Justin, I want to hear from you because I'm curious, like, why? Joshua lived 7 minutes of the King Road house. But what you guys have to remember, you have to remember that a lot of people lived very, very close to the house, right? I mean, it's right off campus. Part of me, when cases start to get to this point where it's just getting a little crazy, a lot crazy, I think that's a sign we need to reload. I know, like, why is everybody scared to call? Maybe I need to do these at night when people are having like some drinks and chilling. I don't know why people are afraid to call in. It's just like making a phone call. No one wants to talk anymore. But people love hearing calls, right? Love hearing discussions. You guys are a bunch of wussies. I'm just kidding. Okay, so let's look further into this. He's got his own Facebook page too. The coroner does. Well, at least he's got 5 stars. So yeah, he's got on the 12th. Yeah, he hasn't posted anything since 2020. But I'm trying to find. Oh shit. Look, it's a Chevy truck with a magnet. Oh, this is weird. This is really weird. This right here, if you watched the Panky thing yesterday, tell me that doesn't look like him. Tell me that doesn't look like Panky. I was like, what in the world is going on? And I wanted to let you guys know too. Oh yeah, I said I was repping Dateline because Friday they're playing the case of Jonelle Matthews. Oh, she did? Northern Bean, are you 715? Why is it not ringing? Jesus, I have more problems with this. Let me test it again. Do you guys hear that? Let me try this. See, now that one I can't hear. I can. Can you guys hear that too? Let me know if you can hear that. Hi, Cheryl. I don't know what is going on. My thing's acting crazy. Let me close it out and reopen. Something's acting really wonky. What do you mean he teaches third graders? How? I'm sorry. Hi, Christina Davis. Just mics. Ah! What do you mean he teaches third graders? I don't even know who the dude is, but I just think it's beyond bizarre to come out with that stuff. I mean, if you say you care about it, like, why are you doing that? It doesn't make any sense. And yeah, it seems attention seeking to me as well. And I'm not saying the guy may know stuff, you know? The guy may know stuff. But obviously there's a gag order for a reason, so I'm not really interested. I just think there comes a point, you know, I've been thinking a lot about things and like how cases are going nowadays. And let me test this. We're good to go now, y'all. Go ahead and call back. Go ahead and call back. 810-520. Call me back. We're taking your calls live.
Call from
Gannon.
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Hey, you're live.
Hi, Jay. Okay. Good to be on.
Hey, who am I talking to?
You're talking to Gannon.
Gannon?
Yeah.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I go by Laughing Stock.
Oh, okay. Hey, Laughing Stock. Yeah, that's what I remember. How you doing?
I'm doing well. So, in my opinion about Justin, he's got a lot of good research, but in my opinion, I believe there's a lot of stretch that's just, I don't know, it's out of reason for me.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. I just think it's kind of a deflection, too.
Right, yeah. I have no problem with, his sexuality and his, I think he mentions it a little too much. But just for him he's done a lot of research, at least that's what is presented. But there seems to be some kind of conflict he has with this Chef Dizzy character. So I just watched a recent video, just like Dr. Thrifty, and he kind of does a little analysis of their online fighting. So I don't know.
What are your thoughts? Do you think that he's got a little bit of truth?
I think he's got a little bit of truth.
Or do you think he's just basically like peruse the Reddits and the 4chans and put stuff together? Because I kind of think that, everything that he's talked about, like I've seen other people talk about. It's not like it was anything we didn't know.
A lot of the stuff is very, like he's kind of tapped on all the things that we all know, but then he's kind of like said things in regards to the PCA where he discounted it, and he said it's been written or designed to fail intentionally, and
Yeah,
there's some other
he's
things.
putting out some little clues, I think, but
Yeah,
one has to wonder, is he just doing it just to get attention and like make people talk and see the frenzy that it creates? One has to wonder. So that's why I take it all with a grain of salt,
Yeah, I haven't been in the true crime community long enough to evaluate that or be an authority to judge what he's doing in regards to that. So,
is this case what brought you to the true crime community?
No, it was. I've always enjoyed true crime and sort of serial killers and things like that.
Like documentaries and stuff?
Yeah, like Born to Kill is like one of my favorite shows, and I think it has to do with like the British accent.
I've never seen it, so I don't know. But
they sometimes feature Anne Ramsland and another guy named Louis Schlesinger, and they kind of do really interesting kind of psychological analysis, and they always say, "Was this person born to kill?"
Oh, is that their little tagline?
That's their exactly. Was this person born to kill? And then there's all this really creepy music. Anyway,
I might have seen that show before. There's ID channel. It's all dedicated to shows like that, and it's like you have like the music and all that stuff. Very dramatic. Yeah. So, what case was it that brought you to true crime?
Well, recently it was the Kylie Rodney thing. That's kind of where I started up.
Mm-hmm.
So,
crazy.
But I mean, I had done all this research, or I had watched all these programs and put in a lot of attention to, all of our classic serial killers, and from the Bone Digger to Dahmer to all those BTK, whatever.
Have you always been interested in that? I'm just curious because I don't come across many males. Like the majority of my audience it's probably like, I don't know, 60-40. And that's generous. On the male side being the 40%, right? So I don't get male perspectives too often. So I'm curious, as far as like being a guy who follows true crime. I mean, this is obviously a female dominated genre, really. What are your thoughts on it? Being that you haven't really been in the community long, and you saw Kylie Rodney and the speculation went off the charts, and you saw YouTubers, dragging other YouTubers and that whole mess. Like, what did you think? Are you a creator or are you just a viewer?
I'm just a viewer.
Okay, so what did you think, like, when you saw that? Did you think this is nuts? I mean, obviously you stuck around. Did you? I'm just wondering, what you thought.
Well, I watch actually a lot of different. I watch some programs these days about the community, and the people who criticize others in the community for grifting and dragging people around and reporting on poorly. But I mean, so what do I think about it? I mean, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have a background in like architecture.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, in those communities where you have professionals, they're doing the same thing. I mean,
yeah, that's true. There's drama in every community, isn't there?
Yeah, even doctors and all these other
doctors.
They all have opinions of one another.
Well, I mean, look at our government. They're probably the worst with the drama.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But,
I mean, that's kind of that's a sensible way to put it,
Yeah.
Because I know it's heavy for some people. Some people come into the community and they have a tough time. So I'm getting another call though, but thank you so much for calling in, and I hope you'll call again soon.
Okay, so thank you very much.
All right, nice talking to you.
All right, you too. Have a nice day.
You too. Bye-bye. Oh, 715. Call back. I'm so sorry. Thank you for that last caller. Whoop, whoop. My sound box isn't playing either. Something hinky's going on here. Hello, Tracy V. Sleeper agent. Yeah, we just took a call on that. And if you'd like to call and give your opinion, go ahead and hit that. Hit that phone number at the bottom of the screen. I think I know why I'm lagging. There we go. Here we go. It's on now.
Call from
Northern Light.
to accept, press 1.
Hey, babe. How you doing?
Lordy, 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 I don't believe it.
Ha! I know it actually rang. I answered it. You can hear me. I can hear you. The fuck's going on? We are good to go. I know. For once, we are good to go.
I love you.
Thanks for calling. I've got another call coming in. Did you want to say something? Or did you just want to give me some love?
I just really encourage people out there to just...
You felt bad for me.
Yes, I did. Take it for what it is. I don't think this guy is...
All right. Thanks, lady. I'm going to take this call. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Call from
Patrick.
Hey, Patrick. You're live on the air. What's up?
Hello. That was a good question you asked the previous caller. This is the case that got me interested in true crime.
It is. Okay.
Yeah, there's just so much. And I'm not the caller that you had that dropped that you were trying to reconnect with.
Oh, that's okay.
But just kind of thinking out loud, I'm not sure if these are questions for you, but just maybe putting it out there so it furthers others' thoughts and discussion. But I don't think that has anyone else been arrested has been confirmed. I think that's like a myth that grown legs that everybody's running with.
Are you talking about the one like Justin came out and said that the chief was arrested or something?
Oh no. Brian Kohlberger, everyone's claiming they kind of adopted the fact that he said that when he was arrested.
Yeah. Was anybody else arrested? Yeah.
That's not confirmed. And if I'm wrong, I could be, but
I don't think anything's confirmed at this point, right? All we really can go off of, they've been telling us for the past couple months, only get your information from us.
Right. The December 30th press conference when Brian Kohlberger was arrested, Chief Fry said that's not confirmed, and we haven't heard different since on that. But just putting that out there. But that's not why I'm calling. I think myself and a lot of your other listeners are really having a problem with this whole unconscious bit. With airmail article has kind of, that was their way to get the first responders to rush over there quickly or something to that effect.
Mm-hmm. So what is your problem with that exactly?
Kind of, it can go many directions. It's kind of a deep dive, and this kind of gets us to the 911 call itself, which nobody at this point knows. But, does this dispatcher know that there's death? And even though the dispatcher knows that, they're saying that, when they're calling the police to get over there, they're instead of saying that there's dead people, they're unconscious people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can't, default would be to assume that they're alive, right? Maybe there's hope yet. So why would they say it's unconscious people? And beyond that, the students don't have the legal ability to declare someone dead.
Right. So to take it a step further with the 911 call, this is something that I've thought about as well. Like, usually when you hear a 911 call, the dispatcher, one of the first questions is, are they still breathing? Or can you check to see if they're breathing?
And we've kind of, through the course of this, now with another source. That's not been confirmed, but someone's taken a pulse, and it's getting to be a lot of questions around this whole. What happened when in the morning? Because are the students going to the house? Because let's imagine we were there and we came into that room and saw what we saw.
Mm-hmm.
That would be overwhelming. And my first thoughts would be, the killer is still in the house. I'd be kind of looking, through my peripheral vision, like, someone's going to get me, because isn't that self-preservation to assume that the killer would be still in that house?
Yes, and that's why I said I would understand why she didn't come out if she felt like somebody could still be in there. I wouldn't come out either. Like, I'd be huddled in a ball in the corner until I heard a familiar voice saying my damn name, and they're at my window. And I can see them physically. I mean, that could be how scared someone could be, hearing that, seeing someone hiding. I don't know. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah. And so if the students are going through the house, but they're not afraid, that brings up a question. What do they know? Do they know something that they shouldn't know? And what about the first responding officers? I would assume that the body cam would show them going through the house, guns drawn. Because wouldn't it be wise to assume that the killer is still in the house? And I would think that the killer would also be armed with a firearm, a sidearm. I mean, do you go into a house with just a knife, right?
Yes, by yourself? I don't know. I mean, a house that you don't know where the people are, allegedly? Like, you're just walking in blindly and you don't know how many people are in there, and this is like an open door house. Like, people come and go all the time. You could run into anybody at any time, right?
Right. So if the law enforcement is not, like, clearing the house, you know what I mean? Like clearing rooms, like a SWAT team would.
Mm-hmm.
How come? That would be kind of where my thoughts go. How come they're not?
Yeah.
You can't assume that the house...
But they didn't say there was like an intruder. They didn't say there was a killer. They just said unconscious, right?
Right. So you'd have to assume that there was an intruder still.
You mean the cops, the first responders?
Sure.
But how would they know there was an intruder to begin with when they only got a call, there's an unconscious person at 1122 King Road? That doesn't, if it doesn't say anything about...
Well, no, the PCA doesn't say that, but the airmail article says, there was one word uttered as he walked up to the door, and the students said, dead, right?
Right, but this airmail thing, isn't this, like, fiction?
Some people are adopting that as nonfiction. It's like it's gospel if, the unconscious, that's how the dispatcher does that. That's protocol. And that's gospel, but then once it goes to, well, they uttered the word dead, well, now that's fictional. Well, we can't have it both ways, though, right?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I don't know if this author has, like, an inside scoop. It could be factual, but there's no way for us to know that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I take all of it with a grain of salt. I haven't read the whole airmail thing yet. I started reading it, but it's so long, I haven't read it all yet.
A couple more points is, can you...
It's very detailed, huh?
Yeah, there's so much, and there's not enough time to get to it all on the phone call, but can you even see the sliding door from inside the bedroom?
Dylan's bedroom?
Surviving. Yeah.
I wouldn't think so, because it's on an angle.
Right, it kind of trails off at a 45-degree angle. So it'd be kind of more reasonable to say it, the person in the mask went towards the kitchen, not towards the sliding door. I mean, maybe they got tired and needed a drink of water. It's a kitchen, maybe they're going to...
Right, why was she so sure that, or why does the PCA say, I thought that too, that was worded like...
It causes you to assume something, It's like,
well, it was almost like, I felt like they were putting words in her mouth on her report of it. Like, she said that the person went into the kitchen towards the sliding glass door. Then they sum it up and say, well, then we assume, the killer left. Well, why are they assuming the killer left?
Right. Even if the killer goes outside, maybe they realize something, maybe I left something behind, or maybe there's some bedrooms that I didn't get to and I got to go back. Right? You shut that door behind yourself, it doesn't lock. You have to be within the house to lock that latch. So it's still a door that's, maybe able to go back into.
Right.
If he chooses to.
So what's your end sum up what you're thinking, what your theory is along these lines?
Kind of gets us to another deep dive, but after the arrest of Brian Kohlberger, there's kind of been two camps, and that is there's content creators that are he's guilty, and other content creators approach it with we should wait, see all the facts before we judge.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying he's guilty or not guilty. It could go either way, depending on what we learn. And I don't think there's a third camp where it's, he's innocent. I haven't seen that yet. But I think there's certainly two camps. And I guess on that kind of would bring us to, it's like it's okay to assume a person who's possibly innocent the worst things about, and we can talk about it, and that's all right, but we can't, on these surviving witnesses, we can't talk about them in the same way. We can't suppose, things about them, because then you get shut down, right? Has that kind of been...
Well, I mean, I think in the beginning, like I handled them with kids' gloves in the beginning.
Right.
Just because we had no information. And I still feel there could be so many explanations for all of this. But we're just getting bits and pieces, and what we're getting, we don't know if all of it's factual. But, there could be a reason why she didn't come out. I know no one wants to hear that. That's what I was saying in the beginning. Like, she said she was scared. Like, what if she really was? I mean, have you ever been that scared? I have. It's not fun. And you do actually, you buckle up, It's not a joke. That is a reaction.
I think my thoughts were more like these content creators, it's okay to say about Brian Kohlberger, he drove, here and there and did like this around the neighborhood, or he went into the bedroom and, did that. That's...
Well, I think because a lot of people look at the surviving roommates as victims rather than someone who would be in on something like that right away. You know what I mean? But now that we're learning more and more, we're learning that, she got up, she opened the door 3 times, she heard crying, like didn't go check on Xana. Like if I heard my roommate crying, I'd be like, dude, what's wrong? Like I'd walk down the hallway. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that go along with the moves she made that we found out. And I think that put a lot of doubt in people's minds, wondering, is there, some jealous dynamics? Is there some other kind of dynamics between these girls? Was there jealousy? Was there a guy? Was it, I mean, there's a million things it could be for kids this age.
I guess I'll kind of, without beating around the bush, talk about it like, so there's a content creator that is, that we all know, that she gets a lot of pushback because you'll see some in the chat say, are you advocating for Brian Kohlberger? And they're kind of, threatened by the fact that he might be innocent and that she will, cause discussion to explore, some of these facts about the inconsistencies in the PCA. But, when she gets comments like that, to me, they're trying to shut down and silence a differing opinion. Rather than, I don't think they believe wholeheartedly that she's advocating for Brian Kohlberger. I think what it's designed to do, what comments like that are designed to do, is to silence.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Are you talking about TNT interviewing Justin? Okay. Yeah, no, I mean,
and there's other content, and I don't.
No. And this is my thoughts on this, and I'm gonna say it. I've felt this. I've always felt this way. Just because you have someone on an interview, I'm like, if I could interview someone, and I knew they did bad things, it doesn't mean that I agree with what they did just because I'm talking to them and interviewing them. And that's what TNT just put in chat. Like, you can talk to anybody. It doesn't mean you endorse them, right?
Right.
I mean, I have people on my channel that I don't agree with all the time, but it doesn't mean I endorse them. So I think it's BS. I think any journalist would get any information that they can, and that's all there is to it. I think the people that are mad, it's not about silence so much. I think the people that are mad are literally, and I'm just going to say it, other YouTubers who aren't getting the person on their panel, and they're pissed. They're seeing this person getting this interview and they wish they could have it, so they're idiots. They make these comments. I've seen it since I've been on this platform, and it's probably on every social media platform.
I've been, probably not all the channels, but I've been to probably the majority of them, and I'll tell you, from my point of view, it's a more popular position to assume and talk about Brian Kohlberger negatively than to have an opinion like TNT. There's more channels, and there's other, and I could speak of channels that are doing like TNT, but she's kind of the lion. She is not afraid to stand alone.
Well, obviously she doesn't stand alone. She's got you calling in, giving her props.
Well,
she's got you next to her.
They wait for her to put out content, and they will, I guess, follow and see what she says, and then kind of react to that and do something after. I've been noticing that too.
Yeah, I don't know. There's all sorts going on the tubes. People get, when you start to get some growth and you start to get a little attention, people get mad and people get jealous.
Is she on the chat right now?
She's here. Yep.
Okay. This is just for her, and she'll know what I'm talking about. I'm just wondering if there's been any follow-up to the Scott Roeder, his opinion with the profile.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe she can answer you in chat. Yeah, Lana, has there been any updates on the profile from Scott? Let us know. Okay, I just turned off Do Not Disturb, so if anybody wants to call in, I have opened the line back up. Thank you so much. Patrick, right?
One last point.
Yeah, go ahead. You love me to death?
Of course.
Just kidding. You love TNT to death?
Of course.
A horse is a horse, of course, of course. All right, your last one.
Thing
Go.
Is that press conference on September 30th, when they apprehended Brian Kohlberger? Notice the amount of anxiety in Chief Fry's voice. It seemed like
it was shaky.
Unnatural amount compared to prior press conferences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed that. Right off the bat.
Just saying that, so everybody in your chat can go.
Yep, take a look at that. All right, thanks for calling in. I'll talk to you soon.
Later.
All right, bye.
Call from
Amy.
Amy, you are live. How you doing?
Hi. I don't know what to believe anymore. The more, it's like this case is like Summer Wells now to me. I'm like, it's just the drama is like, I'm so sick of this drama and the arguing.
It's to that point again, right?
It just is getting that vibe from me.
Yep. Same.
And I look at the 911 call like I'm angry at Dylan, then I'm not angry at Dylan. It's like you get back and forth about I have a right to feel that she should have done more, but as being that I'm an RN, I don't know what else she could have done, because these people had such horrific injuries in Moscow. They probably even though this was the stab wounds are very fatal, more fatal than more like the gunshot wounds. Because the kind of knife that was being used. Even if you had a MASH unit outside of 1122, I doubt that you would have been able to save the people because of the type of injuries they had, and the neighborhood that they were in, with no level 1 trauma centers, and the closest level 1 you'd have to be life flighted out of there. But I'm just getting this Summerwell vibe. I'm seeing the drama get kicked in, and I'm just really annoyed that they've not made this a speedy trial, because the more this drags on, the less information that's getting out there, the more I believe it's just going to make it more of a circus. And I think that they need to step on the gas and get this trial started already, because it's just getting too convoluted.
That's his right? So
I know it's his right.
But you know what? I have a question about that, because I've been thinking about this same thing. What do you think? Okay, so they say we can't tell the public much because it's going to taint the jury or whatever. Doesn't this speculation and months and months and months of not knowing anything? I mean, they have even the 911 call under wraps. We don't even know who was there, right? So it's going to make it even more rampant. And I think,
but it's making it worse. It's like a mushroom cloud. It's like something it's exponentially growing every day. And I think this Justin guy, he got his 15 minutes of fame. I don't know if it's over yet, but I just don't believe anybody anymore when they come on. You don't know who to believe. I watch the TV. I don't know. I don't believe anything I'm told anymore. I don't know. I just don't know. I see fighting amongst people on the internet, and it gets this, and no one knows how to debate anymore. It's really sad that we're at this point where people are just such knee-jerk reactions that there has to be some critical thinking. That does this stuff really make sense? That people have to, before they start putting something out there, think before you put it out. Think before you type it on the computer, and before you want to speculate all this crazy stuff, because some people are very gullible and they believe everything they read, and then it goes on to another post and another post and another post, and it just spreads so much rumor and innuendo about everything. But I just believe that they really should get this trial started already. It shouldn't take this long. They need to get this settled,
but they have to have if his lawyer didn't have the discovery, she doesn't even know what they have against their client.
Well, true.
We know that court cases don't move fast.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that's the problem today, is that they need to get moving on it, and I know and I know attorneys a lot of them are bloodsuckers. They milk the case. They can do things much faster than they say. You know what I mean? People can look busy when they're not busy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty baffled that they managed to get Brian's dad's DNA tested overnight. They had the results back the next day. Michigan State Police has rape kits that are sitting in the state police lab because they're so behind. So.
Well, look at this. If a lot of people did our job as slow as some of these attorneys are doing, or the justice system, or the politicians are doing, we would be out of a job. We have to produce and show what we're doing, and I don't know what's taking them so long. I think that they could be a little bit faster. I think there's a happy medium in this, and that I know you have work to do, and there's a lot of discovery that you have to sift through, but you can sort of step on the gas a little bit and move it along, and not ruin this case. I just, as I say, it's just a Summerwell vibe, And I think that the people really need to, I know that people want to have people on their shows, but I just think it's so convoluted now,
Yeah.
Jay. It's like,
I know.
it's just so confusing, and it's not funny, and especially if I feel bad that Dylan is being said that she is, that way, and I saw pictures when she was young, so that's such BS, in my opinion. But I think that's wrong to do that to somebody and not show the receipts.
Like out them, like he outed her and stated it as fact. I mean, if you want to speculate, I mean, why is it like an insult though? Because on one hand, we're supposed to accept it as is. But then on the other hand, if we question it, it's insulting. Because,
and I'm going to be quite honest with you, and I hate being the PC culture, but I don't think people say that they're accepting of it, but a lot of people aren't, Jay.
I know they're not.
Because you can't, but I'm just saying, it's like you.
I don't care, but if I notice.
I don't care, but I'm just saying people in reality, a lot of people, they don't care, live your life, blah, blah, blah. But I think underneath it all, you have a lot of people that don't accept it.
More than not, I think.
And then they're not willing to come forward and say, "Wait, hey, I don't feel comfortable with that." It's like if we have kids and they don't feel comfortable in school in a kind of a situation like that, sharing a locker room and et cetera. You can't force somebody to accept that. If they don't feel comfortable. It's just I think everybody. No, you shouldn't force things on people. And I think that the more big a deal it's made out of, I just think it makes it bad for people that are trans.
Well, I think that guy Justin, that he might be telling the truth about his journey, and that maybe he wants attention, because it sounds because he goes, Dylan followed me on my journey. So it sounds like with all his social medias, he's looking to garner followers.
He's transferring his stuff. It's like the defense. There's some transference going on with him to her, and he has an agenda.
I feel like he might just be using her name just to get followers and stuff.
Using it to forward his agenda and whatever he's trying to push.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Right, and I think, hey, I don't sit there. I have my political beliefs, but I'm not going to sit there and push them on somebody. Everybody has to agree to disagree and not force it on someone. But the fact that you're making something such a spectacle, where it shouldn't be, this is a non-issue in this crime. This is a non-issue. It's like we have to focus on the people that were murdered. Mm-hmm. That were gotten rid off this earth. So I think that we have to really start focusing more, get the focus back to those 4 people that lost their lives.
I agree with you, and so does chat. You're getting lots of love in chat.
Thank you.
I love your call, Amy. Thank you.
And I'm a nurse. I don't care what anybody is. I have patients. Everybody's a human being that bleeds the same red blood. We all have to care about each other, and this is such crap.
Amen. All right, I got another call, hon.
Take care.
Thanks.
Bye.
Call from Florida native. Okay, I've sent the caller to voicemail. Goodbye.
What happened? Who was that? Call you back, 352. Diane, I think people are just trying to understand it.
This is Patty.
Hello, Patty. I just missed a call from you.
Yes, I've tried 2 or 3 times, but that's okay.
I had to put it on. I put it on Do Not Disturb when someone's calling. So, what's going on, Patty?
You know me better, Florida native gal. I sent an email. I asked you to tell Lana something the other night.
Don't know if I got it.
There. Yeah. But as far as Justin goes, the only thing I can say is I woke up in the middle of the night watching something on Banfield that showed the 3 or 4 people coming out of the house on surveillance.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so he didn't just pull it out of thin air. I mean, he's been talking about that. So how would he even know if there's got to be truth to some things he's saying? So we kind of have to weigh.
What do you mean? What did he say about that?
Well, he had the 4 people that he named that was in the house that committed the crimes. So when you go back and you tell how many people they think were coming out of the house, even Banfield said she thought it looked like they were coming out of the house.
Yeah, I mean, that's been up those for like over a month. So he could have
I hadn't seen that.
Yeah. It was put out because I'll show you, because I actually looked it up because I hadn't seen it. And it like came up on my autoplay on YouTube. So
okay.
Let me see. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Moscow, Idaho. Is it on? Is it the body cam? Yeah.
Yeah, it was the body cam when they were
At
catching
night.
the guys underage drinking, and that weird car. I watched you when you were talking about they're in plain clothes, and I worked for Department of Corrections, and that should, you were right.
Yeah, it was weird.
That
he had
was
a real.
all weird.
I looked closer, and he had a real tree cap.
Yeah,
What
and the white car is what got me.
It was actually silver, though.
Was it silver? Okay.
It was silver, but it's a silver, like a Fusion or a Focus. And that was when I called the police department to see if they had unmarked hybrid cars. And Lanier told me no. Just for administrators. This was actually put out 2 months ago. So I don't know. It must have come to someone's attention lately. But yeah, this has been out with the 4 people. Here, I'm gonna play it for you guys real quick.
Wow.
And
yeah,
show you.
I paused you because I didn't want the noise in the background.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm just getting it ready right now, and then we can hang up and I'll play it, and then I'll open the phone back up. But thank you for your call. This will be interesting to look at. So, what do you think that might be correct? That he might be. I
think he's absolutely onto something. There's things in there that's getting him negative feedback. I think if he would kind of slow down on the, Ethan being this way with his sexuality and, that kind of, maybe not talk about that stuff because it's kind of sensitive, regardless of whether it was true or not,
If it's not relevant to the case, I don't think it needs to be talked about.
Exactly, because it's very sensitive for the family, and I think that's just throwing haters at him. But if he just kind of lay back on that, I think a lot of more people would listen to him, because even Harsh Reality this morning was talking about how he's starting to kind of go back in the direction of believing him. So, it's going back and forth. So I think there's a lot of truth to him. So I think we got to wait and see. But, yeah, if he goes to prison, all I can tell him, I worked in the male prison for 11 years. It's no fun. So,
I bet.
Brian, so
bless you for doing that job.
Mental health, it was fun. So
fun.
But anyway, please.
All right. Well, thank you so
really
much,
was.
Amy. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for calling.
Thank you so much. I love your show.
Oh,
thanks.
Okay. And Lana. We can't forget Lana. All right. Bye.
Throw that in there.
We got Lana. We've got Lana in chat. All right. I'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
But
all right. Let's open this back up. 702. Call me back. So yeah, this is what he was talking about, these figures. And actually the other day I messed with the contrast and stuff, but I don't remember what computer it was on. Who we got here? Suspected spam, it
Call
says.
from
TNT. Lana.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
but
To accept.
What's up?
Oh my, is this Jay?
It is. You are live on the air. Welcome to the program.
Hi Jay, I have a question for you first. Do you like cats?
Cats?
Yeah.
I would love to meet your cats if you have some.
Do you want to stop by sometime and see my cat?
I would love to. I would love to. You are crazy as hell. Crazy as hell.
You know it.
What is going on?
Hi. I just was calling in. I wanted to give props to the last couple callers. Got great heads on their shoulders.
Yeah, do you know them by chance?
No, I don't.
You don't?
Am I supposed to?
Well, they know you.
Oh,
They know you.
They get heads on their shoulders, so I appreciate that.
No, they were great callers. You're right. Great points, great questions. So are you getting a lot of flack for having this dude on or what?
Oh, no. I mean, I think everybody's been, actually, awesome. I just conducted an interview, and it was definitely impromptu, I'll tell you that. It wasn't even
yeah, like any other creator would have been like, no. How about no? How about we just schedule that? Get out of here.
Yeah. So,
I love when that stuff happens, that shit on the fly like that. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So it was, people are always going to have their own opinions or whatever, but it was, I just stand by this, that if, it's, what's the difference of how many interviews did Diane Sawyer do in her career? Do you think that when she interviews these crazy people that she was like, oh my God, yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not, it was an interview. It was an interview. So
you want me to sit down with Charles Manson? No way. Not going to do it.
So,
it's ridiculous.
And I think that Justin, because it's not like everything that he said is wrong or crazy. It's just, you're ruining. I just was like, hey, if you're speaking so
candidly,
wow. Mm-hmm. I was just like, I was speechless, and I think you could tell that at different times. It was just like, okay, what?
Where am I going with this? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, well, why are you even talking about any of that if it's not case related? So, and I kind of put that out in the statement that I made. If it's not about the case, if this isn't a hate crime.
If it wasn't a hate crime or somebody didn't find out a secret or something like that, then it doesn't matter. But he's given way more information even along those lines than what would need to be given.
Well, and I think for me, it was more he just accused the chief of police with all these murders. I mean, that to me was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Pretty
bold
people
statements.
Are even forgetting that. I mean, but I know that he's put a lot of time into whatever he's been doing, and it's just, anything that would be true that he has uncovered from doing certain things, it's going to be looked at as, now he's ruining that type of a credibility with what he, all of his work. And that's just unfortunate. But again, I have no ill will towards Justin. I don't know Justin. I don't know, people make comment, they can have a comment and say, oh, I really didn't like that interview. Yeah. Do you think that I was loving that interview?
Right. Talk about awkward, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. So it was just and certain
what do you say? What do you say to certain things that he was telling you?
There's nothing to say. I mean, unless I choose not to attack a person. I'll debate arguments. I will attack an argument, but you don't attack people. So I think that's the number one thing when you're let's talk about it. Okay, what do you guys think? Is this person innocent or is this person guilty? And you lay out the facts. Mm-hmm. And all he kept talking about was his source. But then there's a couple different times where he's like, I know for a fact X, Y, Z. And it's okay, well, here. So I'm giving him until 10 or midnight to produce his facts. And I have some of my own receipts that I'm going to pump out on, some of the stuff that he said to, I guess you'd say, negate that. Dylan played soccer for the girls' soccer team. And in order to play soccer, you have to go through a physical in Boise, Idaho. And so they would have had to pull her medical and school files. And you're not able to play.
I don't even think we should be discussing what he said. This is how I feel about him. I feel like if we're questioning him, there's a reason. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't even matter if what he's saying is factual at this point. The way he did it, the way he went about doing it, rubbed us all wrong. We don't feel right about it. It felt wrong. It felt gross. And there's a reason.
It felt emotional. It felt really emotional in terms of this is seemed very emotional for him. This was very personal. And I think that when you mix your emotions and personal stuff, then you can't, it clouds your judgment, and it clouds then.
Yeah. And it's hard sometimes for people to separate it because, something that you relate to is something that's going on probably in your life, right? So it's going to be relatable and you're going to easily get emotionally invested in it. And I think that people that are going through things like he's gone through, it's a very emotional roller coaster. So I think people that go through that, they're very fragile.
Yeah. And I made a statement today on my community page because I said, as much as I support, the LGBT community because I'm in that community, I also protect it. So as much as I support my community, I protect my community. And what I felt as just taking this case out of it and how I felt as a member of the LGBT community, I felt that he was exploiting that community. I thought that's how I felt when you take away this case and you just talk about what he did.
Mm-hmm.
So as much as I support my community, I also protect it.
Yeah.
And I felt that he was, just because
it's not his story to tell, and I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm saying I applaud you for your whatever it is. But you also don't have the right then though to exploit it though too, because you think that you're in a position that because I'm trans male I can talk about this. Because that's just no.
Yeah. I didn't like that either. Like I can talk about this because I'm trans. No one else can talk about this. It's just
And so, but I also agree with there's no reason to attack. He wanted to say what he said. I was asking him X, Y, Z, and then I was able to then go through. I mean, I've been studying that interview since I obviously did it. Where, okay, well, what from what he has, is there any merit to anything that he has said? But also, it's not my job to waste all my time to decipher, every single thing that he has said. So I've made a blanket statement that anything that you gave your 100s on, produce some receipts, or see the wisdom in taking your stuff down, because I will be pulling my interview from him if he does not have receipts by midnight. So.
Oh, you
because
are?
Because I'm choosing to, that's like.
Misinformation. Yeah, it's not cool.
Well, I'm choosing the integrity and the credibility that I have just as a human being, not even just with, this platform. It's just across the board of my life. Like, I don't believe in cancel culture. So here I interviewed you. Well, you had some really, really interesting, shocking things to say, but you said 100 on. So, and you said Wednesday, and okay, well, but, it's
well, and it's not just Dylan he talked about. Like, he talks about Ethan.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there was a lot of things. Yeah. He was talking about 4 other people. He was talking about everybody in the house.
I just think that everybody feels like they know these people, and they don't. Like
100.
You know what I mean? Like, they don't. I was on Reddit, and I saw someone post a picture of Xana. It was one I had never seen before, and like the post was like, new photo of Xana. And I click on it, and I'm like, they're like, here's our they had a nickname for like our noodles. We call her our noodles. It's like, no, she's not yours. Like, you don't know her. Stop. And that's a perfect example. I wouldn't want to see my sister on Reddit, people saying she was theirs and giving her nicknames. They didn't even know her, never talked to her, had no idea what her personality was, besides a few social media videos.
I also believe that, like, I don't like NASCAR just because it's not my cup of tea. So therefore, I don't watch it. So I think versus like
we have the choice.
If you don't like something, you just don't watch it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't think that you go around attacking people. Like, I don't see how that helps. And if that's the case, you're doing what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Well, that was going to be my next point, is that we all have the freedom to watch one of millions of channels here on YouTube. And we're not limited to YouTube. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have the World Wide Web, and God knows what the hell else. TikTok, you name it. But you can choose from any other video. Like, if you don't like the way Lana presents something, you don't like the way I present something, there's somebody that you will like. I promise. And you don't have to make yourself crazy by staying in a chat where you don't like what's going on. Find your community. Find your tribe.
Yeah, and guess what? You're not going to like you're not going to like everything that somebody does, even if you like that person. Like, okay, so for example, I made a great example I thought out of this. Remember when the vape guy got interviewed, the vape manager dude?
Yeah.
Okay. So News Nation, puts that out there. Well, when Brian did the interview, hey, do you have cameras here? Because this would have just happened a couple weeks ago that you said right before Thanksgiving that you saw the girls and they were saying whatever. Well, do you have any cameras like of them coming into the store? so we can like corroborate what you're saying here
Mm-hmm.
in terms of that, like they were even in here. And so A, did that happen? I don't know. B, did the guy say, well, yeah, but it's only like a week old, then it just worked, whatever he may have said back. But at the end of the day, you're taking that guy at face value of what he's saying to you without any receipts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did News Nation put out the interview? Yes. And now it's up to us. We have the right then to, hey, if you want to believe this guy, believe him. If you don't. But that's what, that was like that big part of like the stalker stuff. That's where that came from. That had a lot to do with it.
I think the thing is, I think that you just don't apologize for your decisions that you make on your channel. You make your own moral decisions, right?
No,
and I don't think that anybody should ever have to explain that. I think you should rock on with what you do. And if impromptu call-ins come on, they come on. I mean, people, I'm telling you right now, the ones that
called you right now.
Right, I'm going to say, oh, no, because you might be a killer, right? But no, I mean, you got Plunder that scheduled a video visit with him just to see what would happen. I mean, we're just putting our feelers out there, you guys. That's all we do. And if we don't get these randos, these calls, how can we piece anything together? How can we, on one hand, I think people love it. People love these nuggets.
Oh, yeah. I try to get as many public requests as I can, because I'm all about documents. You know that. Like, I don't just run with anything. And it's just to sit here and say that, I think that's the big thing about the Moscow merge that I'm doing with, like, the episodes. It's to show that if you want to talk about who the biggest web sleuths are in the world, it's mainstream media. They're web sleuthing with true crime, just on a way different budget, like an explosive budget. You know what I'm saying?
Some of them.
So what do you think Brian Etten's doing?
Well, that network does, but not all of them are boots on the ground like them. Fox just changed. When they changed, honestly, was all these networks came up with a digital sister network of their own, like Fox Digital versus Fox News. They're not the same.
Right.
So now they're like, oh shit, we got to get all over social media and have reporters just for social media because we're getting blown out of the water by these lay people, Mm-hmm. So now they have dedicated teams on social media.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just think if you're polite and you're respectful and you focus on the arguments instead of the people and attacking people, but I don't.
100%.
I choose to be I choose to be respectful. I choose to, exercise patience, and I try to listen. And
you're doing a great job. Don't feel like I wouldn't explain shit to anybody.
No, I feel
I would say I'm not mentioning this shit again.
Yeah,
I mean,
said it over and over.
It was on the fly, right? I mean, you had to do this interview on the fly. You didn't have you didn't have warning.
100.
So,
but I'm also proud of the people in chat though that night. Like all the people that always are in and watching,
mm-hmm.
They're awesome. Like they weren't attacked. Like, and we don't put up with that. So then you'll get blocked or whatever. But the kindness and the restraint from, hey, yeah, you might be like.
Yeah,
wow,
they're not all bad apples out there. We've got some really good listeners and really good thinkers.
Yeah, and they're very engaged and they care.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And
awesome.
There's nothing wrong with questioning. There's nothing wrong with questioning law enforcement. There's nothing wrong with questioning, the media. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. And as human beings, they tell you that at a very young age. Ask your teacher questions when you don't know something. So I think that people need to remember that.
Yeah.
But I want to
cool.
let other people come up on here to.
All right, thanks, girl.
And go over you.
All right, take it easy.
I'm glad you want to come see my cats that I don't have, by the way.
Yeah. Okay? All right. I know you're allergic.
Yes, I am.
Achoo. Okay, goodbye, Lana.
Bye.
All right, bye. All right, let's get the line back open. Thank you so much for calling in. That is TNT Dynamite. I got to get a sound bite for that. So what I'm trying to do here, you guys, is show you this. where these people walk through. I've just been kind of playing with my settings. Oh, we got a call.
Call from
Van Life Adventures.
To accept, press.
Yo, you're live. What's up?
Hi, this is Van Life Adventures. I watch your show and I watch Elena's show.
Hey,
I love
Van
you guys
Life.
both. Hi.
Hi.
I learned so much from you guys. I'm still new here on the platform, so I don't even know if I'm running my channel right at all. But
I've enjoyed some of your videos. You're doing a good job. I'm liking your.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's good. It's
I'm
good. What's up?
I wanted to talk about the tarp.
Okay.
Now, Justin does mention putting down the tarp in order to keep the blood trail. Is that all right to talk about?
Sure.
All right. So I have a family member that's in Pennsylvania that is in, the part of the investigation for the Pennsylvania stuff. So she said they are looking for a tarp, but she didn't tell me anything else. So the only thing that got me is when he named 4 people, and that's 4 heads that's passing that light. And now when he did that, he now put Bethany on the, social media suspect list now because she's the sister of the brother that he mentions that is in that house during the murders.
So he did. Okay. So I may have to admit, I didn't I don't remember everything this Justin guy said because I listened to it.
Mm-hmm.
I kept it moving. I heard him the first time, then I heard him on TNT. I haven't heard anything since. So who was he saying that was? Refresh my memory.
Okay. It's Bethany's brother.
Cody?
And I forgot.
Is
yes,
that Cody?
Yes. Hold on, I gotta get my paperwork out because I was actually analyzing every single thing he was saying.
It was Cody because we just looked. He's the coroner in another county.
Yes. And then I was thinking, okay, we're talking about opening the door or somebody getting in with the DoorDash. We got no word if the DoorDash was actually real. So I don't know if I'm wrong about that.
Well, we saw the bag in the kitchen.
That was just a bag.
Mm-hmm, with the tag on it.
Okay, so
like the seal. I don't know.
So
it doesn't have to be from that night, though. That bag could have been sitting there. That kitchen was pretty messy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this whole tarp idea, somebody had to let them in and set this tarp up, either while they were sleeping or maybe when they were walking in the door, they walked in on it and they placed them in their rooms and killed them or chased them to the rooms. I don't know. But there had to be some way of keeping the blood trail from getting all over the house.
How do we know it didn't get all over the house?
Because in the police report, they said it didn't. There was no blood trails besides the one footprint, which would mean they had stepped off the tarp.
I don't know if that's altogether true, though, because in the PCA, they're not going to put every bit of evidence they have. So if they did have a blood trail, they don't have to put it in there. What they want to put in there is enough to charge him and to arrest him. So there could be a slew of things, and this is what I'm saying, there could be tons of footprints, but they didn't have to put all of those in there. I keep hearing everybody say, how do they only have one footprint? That doesn't mean they only have one footprint. That means they used that footprint in the PCA to prove, probable cause to charge this guy, right?
Yes.
So now they're going to go to this prelim and they're going to bring all their evidence out, and then they'll make a decision if it'll even go to trial from there.
No, understood.
So I just think that, not everything is going to be in that initial PCA. And I think we forget that and we think, okay, this is all they have. But no, it's not. I mean, they have 300 digital photos that were sent to them via the tip line alone. What's in all those digital photos? Who knows? I mean, I just think we kind of have to take a step back and remember how it's not maybe a complicated, like Fry kept saying, it's a complicated investigation. If it's a lone guy, it shouldn't be that complicated. But you still have to go through all the digital evidence. And let's face it, this is a small town. You know, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. You know, the shaky voice, the being nervous, all of that could be explained away just with nerves, just with the world looking at you. You're the chief of police in this town where this horrific thing just occurred and you don't have a suspect. So I just think there's so many different angles it could go that we have to be really careful to not have tunnel vision.
I agree with that. I also agree with Lana that Justin really shouldn't have came out like that without any facts. I also think he puts Dylan in way more danger by even expressing whether she is or not. Okay, so I'm not going to say she is because I don't know either.
Kind of makes you wonder, though. Kind of makes you wonder, could someone be deliberately putting her at risk? I think that's why we have to be very, very careful because we don't know why this happened. We don't know.
I still believe that they're after her. I believe that they're trying to find her. I put a few of the information in some different of my videos. It's like they're trying to flush somebody to say, hey, Dylan is here or over here. I don't think she's been attacked. I think that they're trying to flush her out or flush somebody that's willing to say, hey, she's over here.
Yeah, I didn't like how he said, I don't know how they found her, but they did. I didn't like that. I didn't like how any of that sat with me. I feel like that her sexuality was put out there as kind of like a blackmail type of thing. It could be taken as, you know, like all of this is going to come out, you know?
Yeah, actually, I would think it's more like a code.
Well, right. So, and who's to say he wouldn't do like a fake interview and say it's Dylan? I mean, we got to be careful.
Yeah, and if it really believes his source, I really think his source is setting him up. I don't think that he's telling the truth, how reputable this source actually is.
Yeah,
because because even I almost got contacted by somebody trying to give me some stuff, even in my email. So I was like, no, I'm not. It's not in. They don't want us to know certain things. I'm not trying to put nobody up.
Right.
Yes, and
I think that's where we have to take a step back, like I said, and realize our position in here. No one on YouTube now. Don't get me wrong. Lots of YouTubers have come up with clues. They've uncovered things, either knowingly or unknowingly. Definitely things are happening online and on podcasts every day. But
and I'm
no
not any
YouTuber
better.
is gonna solve this case because we don't have any of the evidence. So it's like right now, I think we should just look at things as discussions, keep them as respectful as possible. As far as everybody goes. I mean, what if it turns out that Brian Koberger wasn't even there? I mean, what if it turned out to be that? Not saying it will, but I mean...
But that was the whole reason why I even started talking about this case, because, I'm not interested in any other case. I really ain't. Because my channel's supposed to be about van life, and that was my whole plan. But this case really got me. I was like, what? And I was like, there's just way too many holes. I still do not believe that one man could have did all this so cleanly in 9 minutes. I just don't. I find it very hard to believe.
I do too. But then again, we have no idea. What if, this is what I'm saying. We don't know. You could go back to the drawing board and be like, we don't know if he was even waiting in the house.
That too. But that
the car, the car is seen, but how many white Elantras have we seen in that town? And then also, how do we know someone else wasn't driving it?
And people sleep over. They do crash on the couch. And they could have helped set everything up. Now, I've asked for Dylan not coming out of the room. I can definitely understand that because now I'm not trying to get too personal, but as a young adult or young child, teenager, I had to go into witness protection. So I know what I had to go through. and the fact that I didn't move either. And I didn't move until I heard somebody walking in the house, that I recognized, or heard a voice that I recognized. So I've been through
scary.
something
I'm sorry.
really, really. Yeah, so
I'm sorry you've
this
been
is
through
another
that.
reason why I don't show my face very often, is because, I don't even know, when I'm allowed to, if I can. Being in witness protection, you're still not safe.
Well, I would err on the side of caution if, you're obviously been put there for a reason, so.
Yeah, so I'm just being as careful as I possibly can. I do look a lot different than I did when I was younger, thank the Lord. But I don't want to be in a situation where I can't be out there, where I can't be me. I really can't stand it. And it's scary because I'm also trying to run a business, and I have to put myself out there. And I don't want to run into, certain things by accident.
Yeah.
So it's really, really hard once you're in that situation. But for her to not come out of that room, I get it. I do get it.
Yeah, I get it too.
I didn't come out of that little closet, and you couldn't pull me out of that closet. Okay, I was screaming my butt off. Even when the police came to come and get me, I couldn't get out of that closet. I was freaking out. So
and you were a little kid?
Yeah, I was about 12.
Oh, I'm sorry. No kid should have to go through that. You're a survivor, and you're a really good caller. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. And
thank you.
I hope that next time that you'll call in again. But yeah, I've enjoyed your videos, so keep it up.
Yeah, I enjoy your show, and I enjoy Lana's show. I do, and you guys do such great work. So thank you.
Aw, thanks.
And if I'm screwing up a little bit, I don't mind. You guys let me know, because I'm just trying to keep the channel going now, just on the case only.
Now, were you the one that had the did you first start out, was yours Coco Melon or something?
I don't know what that is.
Was that your channel that was Coco Melon?
No.
Oh, okay.
I started off as Milo Lily Adventures.
Okay, that's not
my
you
dog.
then. Okay, there was
No,
someone who had there's a kids show, and they had their picture was the Coco Melon person. And then somebody I saw a comment where somebody was giving him crap for it, and they were like, and then I never saw him again, so I didn't know.
Oh, no, I don't, that wasn't me, no.
Well, I have caught some of your videos. Actually, me and a couple of my moderators watched one of yours this morning.
Oh, thank you.
I noticed that you saw you had some of the scene, the crime scene photos in there.
Yeah.
Where did those come from?
Well, I asked my aunt if I can use something that looks like the crime scene. That's where it came from.
Your aunt?
Yeah, she works in the district with Pennsylvania for the courthouse. They have the case up there because they still have another murder case in Elizabeth, what do they call it? Elizabethtown in Pennsylvania. So they're still investigating a stabbing there that they didn't even mention.
Whose beds are those?
That's what I don't know. I didn't. She says, look, you can use this, but you can't really say anything about it. You can say that you got it off of whatever, and that's not really the scenes.
Was that shown on Banfield, or was that shown on your thing?
Those scenes were shown on. Oh God, I don't remember, but somebody else had it too, but they took it down.
So you have crime scene photos?
I have some, not all of them.
Are they in your video then?
No, no, because I was told not to do that.
I know, but you just said you did. You just said that your aunt gave them to you.
Yeah, she gave me 3 pictures that I could work with.
Are they in that video though?
Yes.
So are they from 1122 King Road?
That's what I don't know. She just said I could work with it. I didn't ask her.
She said you could work with it?
Yeah.
Meaning...
In my video.
Really? Because like there's a body
yeah.
cut out on the bed, on the one, on what looks like
Mhm.
Maddie's
Yeah.
bed.
Yeah, so I said, you know, because I asked for the original, but she's not allowed to give me the originals. Or
So
she's not allowed to give me the
Pennsylvania
originals.
has crime scene photos and like people are just handing them out for videos?
No, she's not doing that. No. I know it sounds weird, but I asked her for her help so I can make my my video better. She says, "Here, you can work with this, but it's not. I can't tell you where it came from. I can't. Yeah, and you can't, you know, really say anything. I can't give you anything."
Right.
Yes, they do have all that information because remember the case started in Pennsylvania before they transferred it back to Idaho.
Those are on Reddit, Lala says. Gotta
Did
be
she
careful.
find them? Yeah.
Okay, Home Team says they are not from the crime scene in Moscow. They are from some random crime scene in PA her aunt hooks her up with to use for examples.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, basically.
Well, who's Home Team? Do you know them?
Home Team, no.
Oh,
I don't know.
They're
who
like
they are.
speaking for you, like they know you. They're like,
Oh no. Yeah, so it's basically people are calling it clickbait, you know, and I guess that's what
I
it is.
I kind of have a problem with it, to be honest with you. I mean,
Okay, all right.
I think it's kind of.
That's fine.
I don't think it's cool. I mean, you called in though to talk about Dylan, and like
Mhm.
how sensitive that is for her, and how it could be putting her at risk. But on the other hand, how do you think like Mr. and Mrs.
And
Gonsalves
those
would
names.
feel like seeing that video?
Yeah, that too. And
Would you like
and
to
the fact
see the
that we don't
mattress,
even know if those
like-
boys.
Like, would you like to see the mattress where your daughter died and bled out? I don't think I'd want that on YouTube.
Yeah, I agree, but I wonder when they do
So what-
release it, if a lot of people are going to end up doing that anyway. That's what I wonder. But
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, if you're broke and you can rob a bank, it doesn't mean you should.
Okay. No, I agree. Hey,
I mean, to each their
like I
own,
said,
you know what I'm
new to
saying?
the
But
space. I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to this crime stuff, and I actually, you know, I understand what you're saying because now that Justin mentioned those 4, and I just put the 4 that he mentioned with that video that you showed with the 4 people walking past, because like I was just trying to bring something out about that point, but
well, no, I
I
understand
didn't
that.
think I went the right way at all. I just didn't know how else to do it.
Well, I don't know what I don't even know what you're talking. I don't understand what you just said. What do you mean you didn't know how else to do what?
To bring that point out. Because like he mentions the 4, so that there's a last video that I made and has the crime scene thing.
Mm-hmm.
I took down the old one because that one it was just a fill-in. It had nothing to do with the case. It was just to get people to watch the program. So I put up the new one. I don't know if you've seen that one.
The program? What program?
Oh,
you mean like your videos?
Yeah,
Oh.
because in order to draw them to watch the video, you got to put some type of photograph to make them click on and go, oh, okay, let's watch.
Yeah, but you used photographs that have a twin bed, a double bed.
No, there's one. One is a twin bed because there is a twin bed in one of them, and there's a double bed in Xana's room. Yeah, the one upstairs was a twin bed. It wasn't a full, because the room is small. The other room was bigger. And the other reason, here's another information that I got, is the reason why Kaylee was sleeping in the other room is because her stuff was moved out of that room. She's getting ready to go to Texas. But I didn't think they took the bed. I thought the bed stays there.
I don't know. There was a bed there. I can tell you that. Because when Fox was out back, you can see the bed. You can see the...
You can see the bed? Okay. So
you can actually...
that's,
you can see the covers.
Somebody tell me she slept in there because all her stuff is out of there. She's moving to Texas. I was like, yeah, but I didn't... who moves the bed? Usually the bed stays.
Well, since you're new, like maybe I can give you a little bit of advice. I wouldn't use like crime scene photos as clickbait anymore. I mean, that's just my advice. I don't think.
No,
I mean,
get it.
I mean, it's one thing like after a trial when you get all the discovery and all of that's going on. I just feel like that's the appropriate time to do it. I think it's important that, you know, 4 people get justice for
nothing new.
Yeah, but it's not about us, right? Like this isn't about us.
True.
This isn't about
All right.
us.
No, you're correct. You're correct. And plus, I'm not even doing an open podcast like you and Lane is doing. So you're 100%
Well, that doesn't
correct.
matter. I'm just saying, like, I mean, we never got, you know, crime scene photos from the Watts case. And like, if they did, I mean, we got like the evidence photos, but not, I don't know. I guess we did look at those, but it was after the discovery came out. And
you
I'd be
did all
careful
that
telling
after
people too that
discovery.
your aunt is like leaking things in this case because there's a gag order. So anybody affiliated with the case is under a gag order.
But in Pennsylvania, she's not on the case, so she can say something to me, but not everything. But she's not on the gag order because she's not on the case anymore because they transferred it to Idaho. And I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm from the Poconos. So I also know about the whole garbage situation, too.
What about it?
And because you have to pay to have your garbage picked up.
Really?
And there was times where I was so damn poor, and I didn't know that I can go to the dump myself, that I did take it to a neighbor and
just dump
drop
it in
there. Yes, I did. But I didn't know. And then my neighbor, who kind of caught me because, you know, she's like, she got me on the camera thing. She go, I know what you're doing, but I don't mind. Just ask me. And I was like, well, I'm sorry because I don't know what to do. I can't afford to have it picked up. She goes, well, there's a dump. It's not that far. So if you can go there, but let me know if you're going to do that again. And because I don't have any space, she's got to pay for each can. So, and I was like, okay. You know, I was young when I did that. I was like 21. So
yeah, I mean, we won't hold that against you. I'm just saying, like, I just think we need to think about the victims first and foremost before we do anything. And I mean, the time will come for getting discovery and whatever we get at that time. And that's just my feelings. You can run your channel however you want. I mean, I'm not here to tell anyone.
I asked you for your opinion, and hey. That's what
I just was confused. I mean, I was wondering if that was actually from the crime scene or if they were from another crime scene.
There's another crime scene, definitely. Yes. And it's not really, it's 2 of them is from another crime scene. One of them is a crime school.
One-way ticket to hell.
Yeah, well, maybe you should maybe notate that on there. You know what I mean? Like, you put, when you make your video, like you flash it, you don't really want this shock and awe of like, I mean, maybe you do, but you can put like at the bottom, like a little source, you know, crime scene photo from such and such, whatever. It just clarifies things. And yeah, I mean, because I think that you have to remember that anybody in the entire world can come to YouTube and find your video and just think about, you know, would you want to sit down with Steve Gonsalves and watch that, sit next to him?
Now, do you think I may be putting innocent people in danger as well by putting Justin's claim on these 4 people along with this video?
No, he put himself in danger if that's the case. But I've got another call. I wouldn't worry about that. Thanks, hun. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks.
Call from
Another crime scene. One of them is
to accept.
Hey, you're live.
I'm live.
Yeah, can you turn your YouTube down, though, for me or mute it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
What's on your mind?
This case, I've been watching it like probably many of us.
Yeah.
And from the beginning, I've had a really hard time, like you, that one person could kill 4 people this way in a very small amount of time. Just didn't make sense to me. I always wondered about drugs, always, because they talked about that area from other goobers and taxi drivers that area on the campus was known to get drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And in the beginning with Enon, I started thinking, well, maybe him and Brian were in it together, selling drugs. Then the Brent Kopaka came up, and I have a really hard time thinking he did anything to those girls, being, I guess because I'm a daughter of a disabled vet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that he did anything to them. However, when I started seeing the tracking of Doc Thrifty, and he started showing, like, the traveling, I started thinking, and the informants, maybe that's what this was about. There was a lot of corruption. It makes perfect sense to me that these LLCs, because you never hear anything about the owner of the house.
Mm-hmm.
You see that there's some powerful people in that area that have these LLCs, and if Doc Thrifty, I don't know where he's getting his information, but if it's true and Justin's true that you can trace these properties back to several states in that area that are either on or near university settings, with the drug problem that we have in our country, the trafficking problem, both human and drug trafficking problems in our country, going to universities and colleges, that would be like a great target for them to sell.
Sure.
And even to get, think about it, young, nice-looking, smart college girls.
Yeah, I just don't know if I'm sold on that whole thing because I don't know if I believe, like, I don't think cartels kill that way.
You don't?
Mm-mm. Like we just had a cartel kill out in California, and it's like it was like they were shot. It was clean. It was quick. And they were gone. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about it, but I don't look at these kids and see a major drug cartel. But then you look at their parents now. I look at their parents and I see something different.
Well, how do you think that would pertain to the children, though? I don't even, young adults. They're
Money
still children,
owed,
but
money owed, ratting people out.
So they would target their kids?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I would think, what would you go for? You would go for the people they care about, right? I mean,
well, that area is a hot spot too, like because there was I don't know, it might have been Doc Thrifty too that was going through a person that lived in the apartment complex separate from Enon Harsh, which is kind of odd that he had two apartments on university settings. They're like stash houses. To me, that's like the perfect. But again,
he could
are
be
they
an
informants?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Informants. You have all those FBI agents that Lana talked about. That's very strange. You know, they're probably going in that area, and they may even be undercover now. So their lives could be at risk if something comes out right now. You know, they're probably trying to make sure everyone maybe starts to come in, or because if this is true, what Justin says, and again, we don't have proof, but it didn't seem that far-fetched to me, to be honest with you, Jay. It really didn't.
No, and I agree with
you.
I agree with you. And that stuff has been all over Reddit and stuff like that. Like I've talked to TNT about these exact things that he said. You know, it's been out there. Like he didn't bring it out there. It has.
You mean you've already heard about some of the particular people too?
Mm-hmm.
You did, like the church, and because she
church.
seemed like she knew some of the names that he
church,
was given.
Since day one, people have been saying, "Look into the church, look into the church." And actually, during COVID, there were people from that church that were threatening Chief Fry's life.
They were threatening his life,
yeah,
so that he would be the good guy, not the bad cop that was trying to kind of.
Well, they were threatening Chief Fry's life over the mask mandate and COVID, and because he had to enforce the no mask, and the church people didn't like that, so they felt like their liberties were being taken away, but they were taking it out on the Moscow PD for enforcing what was beyond their control. I mean, they were given state orders, so they were
true. And it's like Lana said too, like it's not a Elantra that killed them; it's a person. And you got that issue. You got Kopaka, which I really hope someone starts looking into that more, because it also bothered me that a veteran like that, Purple Heart, granted, I mean, I don't know, maybe he was being pressured because he was getting information and they started doing stuff to him and gotten his PTSD going. But, like, who shoots someone if there's no one else in the apartment?
What if he's an informant and someone was
But you'd be the perfect guy.
No,
to
but
do
like,
that
what if
'cause of his
someone was
history.
getting wise to the fact that he was an informant?
Right. Yeah,
so
exactly.
So they faked that pathetic SWAT call. Because I listened to the audio.
Yeah,
Did you?
it's true.
I mean, what
You're
if,
right.
Because in the very beginning, you can't forget that they say the person inside, something along the lines, is a protected person.
Yeah, and it's true what someone said. Justin did say, like, and even Lana agreed that affidavit was written so that they would get Brian off. So if Brian, granted, he is kind of creepy, I get it, but if he is an informant too.
And this is all kind of taking place to line up and catch whoever
The
really did it.
cartel in this area, whoever the big people are that are supplying the drugs, yes. Absolutely. I mean, that's why you have informants, right? Because they want to get to the people that are, getting it from Mexico. I mean, it's a huge problem in our country. It's huge. It's just
it's
disgusting.
Terrible.
And
It's terrible.
I kind of thought that from the beginning. And I'm just going to put something else out there. Maybe there is a sexuality thing going on there. Maybe there is bisexuality. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, that age, they're all...
I mean, I had close friends, but I'm 56, so I'm aging myself.
I'm not that far behind you, and my daughter is the age of these girls. And
so you have a first... Like, what is it with the kissing and all that? Like, I don't know.
It's just their generation. They're dabble.
Very
they're more
sexual.
open. They're sexual. They're dabbling. They're trying things out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just that
but, like,
generation.
you're putting yourself out there, too, you know what I mean? And
they don't look at it that way, though.
No.
They have a totally different mindset with it. It's they don't look
and
at it like
human
we do.
trafficking as bad as they say it is?
I think that, what I've found in my, research of human trafficking is that most of the time they're not human trafficking babies or toddlers. They're human trafficking. The main age, I think, is between 11 and 12 and 14 or 15 are the...
Oh, really?
The main,
that young?
Yeah. Where they're old enough to be used as sex workers, but young enough to be manipulated.
Well, it's interesting because, again, at my age, 56, I can tell you a story when I was, and I'm from New Jersey.
Joycey
I was
in the house.
What's that?
I said Joycey in the house.
Yeah, Jersey in the house. South Jersey by the shore area. But,
South Jersey.
I remember me and two of my girlfriends, and my one girlfriend had gotten her license. She was older than us. And it was like a Friday night, and it was like, let's go out. Let's just drive around. You know how that is. Just drive around because you can, because now you got your license. And I remember we pulled into a Wawa's, and I remember this white fancy, I think it was a Riviera car pulled up next to us with these two gentlemen. And they were like, hey, girls, what are you up to? Blah, blah, blah. And, of course, young and naive we were talking to them. And it was exactly that. We were so stupid. They said, oh, you want to come back to our place? We're over here. And we figured there's three of us. We're safe, right? So we go back to their place. And literally it was a dialogue of this very thing. Are you guys, eventually it got to the point where, are you interested? We have a business. And we're like, well, what kind of business is it? And they were like, well, you have businessmen coming into town and you help entertain them.
Wow.
And yeah, this was crazy. And we noticed there was no phones in this particular apartment. We were so stupid. I told my mom about it later because I was afraid if I ever told her, she'd never let me go out again.
What? I did something stupid similar like that too. I was about 15 and we moved. My parents were in between. They sold our house, and then we were moving. So we rented this condo for a few months in between. And me and my friend were just, we'd walk around the condo. We were like 15, 16. We'd smoke our cigarettes, walk around the complex. A guy that lived like right across started talking to us, invited us in his condo. We freaking went. And you know what he did?
I know, you're just crazy, right? You figure, well, there's 3, 2,
he gave us
whatever.
shots of moonshine. He's like, have you ever had moonshine before? We were like, no. So he said, come here. And he gave us shots of moonshine. Thank God he didn't do anything.
My God, they could have had a Mickey in it. That's what we said. Like, we didn't take any any drinks. They offered it, but my girlfriend's like, they could put something in the ice. Don't drink anything. And I'm like.
I mean, this was 80s, 88.
Yeah, I was in the late 1980s, probably high schoolish when this happened. And, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, and that was back then. And later on, I did tell my mom because I said we had talked about it. We're like, maybe we should have went to the police with this because this could be other girls that they go and they look in a suburb that you wouldn't even think. I mean, that's what we were like shocked. It's like, this is.
But you know what's
city.
Unfortunate about that is that if you did go to, the police.
They probably won't believe you.
Well, no, I mean, they'd be like, well, he hasn't done anything. Like, has he done anything illegal? It's like, well, not yet, but.
But maybe you better start looking at where this apartment complex is and what they're doing kind of thing. But back then, they probably would have because, like you said, we're looking at the late 1980s where probably you didn't even, like I said, we were shocked. After we left there, and we didn't stay very long, and they were just like, well, if you're interested, you know where we are, and if you know any friends, we're like, okay. And then we were just like, oh, my God, what the hell just happened to us?
And you know what those people, they hope for, like the disadvantaged kids that, don't have anyone necessarily looking after them or telling them how to react in situations like that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, like, going back to this, like, I don't know, would these girls get involved in something like that? Maybe you don't have to have that happen, but, I mean, I don't know. I just know I have a really hard time believing that one person did this, and he was just so enraged because he was turned down. I don't know. And I think that scene was bloody. I don't think, and if the kitchen, you know how you were talking about someone, you said, how did you get these pictures or whatever? There were pictures early on showed. You can tell I'm really into this because I am. I want to know who did this. There were pictures they showed of the kitchen. Do you remember? Was that their kitchen where you saw blood coming down like a cabinet or?
I don't know if that was blood on the cabinet, but we saw the blood on the side of the house. But no.
Well, I'm a nurse. Well, and I saw that outside. When that happened, I said, that's blood. My husband's like, how do you know? I'm like, I could just tell. That's blood. And sure enough, it was. They didn't confirm it, but I'm sure it's blood. Trust me. Because they said when they walked in, the blood smell, like there was a lot more blood than just on those victims. I think something happened in that kitchen. I originally felt that it was, again, I could be wrong. I thought it was
the
Maddie.
blood was dripping out of Xana's bedroom.
Right, but if there was blood dripping in the kitchen, which we don't know, but there was one picture early on that someone showed and you never saw it again. And I was like, oh my God, there's blood coming down the cabinets.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
I think I
that's
zoomed
the kitchen.
in on those and I thought, I couldn't really tell if it was blood or I think it probably was, but.
It was, I'm saying it's blood. I could be wrong, but it looked just like the way the blood was on the wall outside. And if you look, I mean, Maddie's bedroom is not above the kitchen. Whose bedroom's above the kitchen is Kaylee's old bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for that to be blood like that in that kitchen, something happened in that kitchen. Something happened in that kitchen. You don't get blood like that in the kitchen. We don't know yet because the trial's not out. But I think originally what I thought is maybe Maddie, Kaylee, they were targeted.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even know if they even went upstairs.
I think
they
that
could have
Maddie
been waiting.
I think Maddie was the target.
You do because of the Coburger thing, or no?
Because of what?
Because of the link to back to Brian. You mean?
What do you mean? What link?
Well, there's talk of the Instagram and not Instagram. The was it Instagram? Yeah, that she never responded to him. Like, I just find that hard to believe that because stuff like that someone's going to go and stab him. What's that?
Who would know that to release that?
Who would know about? Oh, it's on TV.
No, I mean, if she got a message and didn't respond, like how?
Well, that's what they're saying on TV. That
Right,
they,
but
well,
who's they?
again, if
Like,
it's true, we don't know.
Right, well, that's
right.
what I'm saying. Like, TV's not a source, right? Like, unless
Or
they
did
have...
he go to the Greek thing? They're saying no, but I find that hard to believe, too, because if he is a strict vegan, there's only certain restaurants you would probably... And as a young guy, I'm sure he's not cooking a lot on his own. I'm sure if he's finding some place that's good,
I'll
he's
tell
ordering.
you, because before they broke it, like, right when they broke his name... me and two of the members of my team, we were actually on Instagram and Facebook and all that, and we were looking up his name, and there was no Brian Koberger following any of those kids. Once his name got out there, then there was 3 or 4 of them following. Yeah.
You think that could have been planted?
We watched it. People make fake.
Wow.
Every time there's a case like this that blows up, people make fake social media accounts in these people's names.
Wow.
You have to be very careful of what you're looking at. And that's why, they say, like, don't only look at us for, like, official info. But then they're all secretive. Like, it's great that they say, look at us for info. But when they're not going to give you any, then what do they expect, from the public? So
Right. I mean, you're starting to think, well, who was the connect? Right. There's got to be a connection somewhere. We know that. We know that this was bloody and vengeful kind of situation that took place. So I originally thought it was either Kaylee, Maddie. Apparently Maddie, Kaylee, there was talk, remember, she went on a possible date with him and he was creepy and maybe that, like, turned them off or whatever. But I thought, okay, so they went upstairs and then I felt somebody heard something. I never really felt Xana and Ethan were targets. I mean, I could be wrong, but initially I didn't think that way. I thought that they just happened to hear something, then say, what's going on or whatever, and either they heard something or someone brought the food to the kitchen and just happened to be the wrong place at the wrong time, and it's like, oh, shoot, now what am I going to do? So then I do believe there was probably some kind of fight that went on. But again, you find that hard to believe if it was one person. I don't know. Because, and that's the other thing, like, if it were me, like, I'm thinking I would break a window, like, I'd try to lock the door, those homes are so close to each other. Like, in that kitchen even, like, you could look and see something going on. Like, I just find that even hard to believe that no one even saw anything. And then you have the next day, which I know they were saying about Dylan and all, and I get that, but like hours, and then, then the police were there almost before 12, but then the coroner, and she's a joke. Like, I don't even know how she's a coroner, not having a medical license to do all that. But anyway, she doesn't get there till 5. And the parents, apparently, most of them weren't even told till later that afternoon. And you still don't really know much about the crime scene in terms of even the coroner. She just said it was bloody and, whatever. So I don't know. And, like, nobody witnessed anything. And then, like Lana said, the camera. Like, there should be, if they could pick, like, we could see what happened that morning, who was there. And that's why I was thinking, too, like, did something happen and maybe Brian, if he was an informant, was like, oh, shit, this is not supposed to happen. What's going on here? Like, maybe him and Enon, if they were in on it as informants, said, oh, my God, and they went back to his family's thing because maybe it's out in the boonies, and maybe they met with the FBI, other undercovers, like, what the hell's going on? What are we going to do now kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. Like, or I thought it was him and Enon together. But I never felt he did it alone. And then the thing
I think it's possible he could have. I mean, it's been done before, for sure. Like,
yeah, but sometimes and then when the fry thing came out, that blew me for a loop. I was like,
do you want to know what I think happened? I think that...
Go ahead, tell me. What do you think?
Well, this is just one of many. I mean,
I know we're speculating, but go ahead.
Obviously, it goes all over the place. It can go many different ways.
I have to tell you, too, by the way, I love Lana and you together. And were you the one that's, with the, you had me roaring laughing, you and her, with with
It's
the
never a dull
father
moment
and the
when we
policeman.
panel.
I was like on the
Oh,
floor. I
Brian's
almost
dad.
peed my pants. I'm serious. I don't know if you're still serious about that, but you guys had me laughing.
I
and
want to
trust
know
me,
who the dude is. Yeah, I'm serious.
I know it does, and then when I did see that, I was like, "Yeah, it kind of does," but there's no way it's his dad. But
I mean,
anyway,
what if
I'm
it's like a
sorry.
cousin?
Thank you for the laughter, though. It was hysterical. I was like,
aimed,
but
please.
go ahead, tell me what your thoughts are.
So
What do you
I
think?
think that there's okay. So let's reel it back in. Let's go away from the cartel for a second, and let's go back to simplicity.
Right.
From all of that. Okay. So let's say I don't know what Brian's motive is. Let's say I don't know if it's rejection. I don't know if it's he's just a little off. I don't know if he's on drugs. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
his personality isn't the greatest, I admit, for this.
Who knows?
Situation.
I mean, his friend said.
But remember, if he was an informant,
so
he's going to be watching, isn't he?
Well, they
he's
say
going to
he
be watching
was,
things going on the campus.
But if you, if you believe Brian's an informant, do you believe they're dead, or was it fake?
Oh, the girls, you mean? Yeah. Oh no, they're dead. Unfortunately.
Well, then why would an informant kill them?
No, I don't think he did. I'm just saying, you know how like reports are, oh yeah, we saw him at the center and he was creepy and watching. Well, I mean, that's maybe what he's going to be doing. He's going to see if there's drug deals going on, you know? He's going to blend in and watch. But go ahead. Tell me.
Okay, so I think that it's possible that this person watched, knew that back door was the comings and goings. It was easy to do.
Yeah.
I think that they may have suspected that someone had broken in prior to this. Just based on looking at the, the blotter, that there were people that were calling saying, my car was ransacked. There was other people
that girl with the underwear, you mean, and all that.
There
that
was her,
weird.
But then there was also other people in Moscow that were calling saying, I think somebody was in my apartment while I wasn't home.
Oh, really?
It doesn't look like anything's missing. So maybe something like that happened, and that's when Xana's dad came and changed the lock for her. Or there could be, like with you, if you go into the drug thing, there could have been a threat. Who knows? But I'm
now,
saying,
when you said change the lock, you mean the front door lock, not her room.
Well, based
we don't
on
know
Jeff
if her room had a lock.
Based on
What?
Jeff Kernodle's interview that he gave, he said he changed the lock. He didn't say her lock.
Which door? Okay.
And he said that there was a code for the front door, but the back door, that slider would be open, right? In and out. So someone would know.
Right, with those chairs, which we think the police put there. But go ahead.
Oh, the scissoring stools, yeah.
Yeah, because that's an old trick
Well,
that people have sliders
but
and
they
do that.
they took the door handle off for DNA, right? So there was no door handle, so they needed to keep that door shut. So they probably took, what they had, and
I know
put
it probably
against the
doesn't look good that they did that, but you figure they should have.
I don't know. I
bars.
don't know. I'm not in it. I don't know. I mean, I hate to judge that shit because I have no idea how to process a scene. I don't know what point they were at in the scene.
Yeah.
No idea. Okay. So
well, we know Lana isn't a big friend of those policemen because that's the one thing I was like, wow, she's really.
Well, I think it's just a couple of them that are, could be bad apples. I don't think the whole force. But
no, but remember that too, right? Bad apples. There are bad apples.
There's bad apples everywhere. There's bad apples in every profession. We'd be silly and naive to say that there's not bad apples in police, but I'm not saying these guys even are. We could be reading it totally wrong because we just don't have everything. So anyways, I think it could be that he came in the back door and originally just planned on going upstairs because he's seen Madison in her room.
Okay.
You can see out that back window. You can see right.
And you're saying Madison because?
I just think Madison was the target. Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there, right? She was visiting. Ethan didn't
right, but
live
it could
there.
go the other way too. Like, oh, she's back. I have my opportunity now, maybe where I didn't before. But go ahead.
Maybe. Okay.
Right.
So, anyways, I think that there was that bed in that room, and I think that Kaylee and Murphy could have been in that bedroom.
Yeah, I do agree because the sheets were rolled down. Yeah, go ahead.
And Madison, and the dog was left in there. So, Madison was in her room. So let's say his target was Madison. He came up. He went to Madison's room. there was a struggle. Kaylee heard something, or Murphy heard something. Murphy starts making noise. Kaylee gets up
Check it out.
to check it out, but she shuts the door, right? Because she doesn't want the dog to get
Murphy
loose
out,
in the house.
yeah.
Yeah. So she shuts the door behind her and thinks, oh, well, I got to go pee anyways. You know how you are. So you go in the bathroom and you hear some shiz going on in her room, or you catch them in the bathroom. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, we don't know what the bathroom looked like either, yeah.
but I think that because they do make mention of the bathroom in the PCA.
Yeah, there's the bathroom, but they don't say anything else, yeah.
They make note of that bathroom right next to Madison's bedroom. So with that being said, I just think that she could have been in bed originally by herself and then went in there, and that's where that happened. So then if
and now
you
the
figure,
DoorDash, you have to admit, that's interesting, too. It's really weird.
it is,
but
it's very weird.
Yeah,
But we don't know
because
if
either it
that's
was left-
even, like, we don't know what that's about. Like,
No, we don't.
what if Brian's the DoorDash driver? I don't know. I
Well,
mean,
yeah, I thought that was one of my things. I'm like, oh my God, maybe it's him.
But I think he could have done that, right? And then come back downstairs and then didn't plan on doing anything with Ethan or Xana, but encounters maybe Ethan in the kitchen or
Yeah.
Xana in the kitchen, one or the other.
Yeah. And then one gets up and hears, like, what's going on? And now you got, like, two, like, what are we doing? But, like, I just wish, like, God, run to the room, break windows, something, like, scream. Like, you could get off the landing. Like, that's just, I don't know. It's sad. I don't know. Like, somehow, like, and the fact that he names these people and I started looking up, like you, like, that Cody, he's a coroner. I'm like, he's got knife skills for sure. My husband goes, but hey, it's dead people. I said, well, still, he's got knife skills.
But why would, I mean, but then we
because why him, I don't know. But the Hannah, the father and brother, right? Is that the other
this
two?
this Cody dude, for all we know, he's an EMT and he's also the coroner for this county. This podunk, like it's so small, right?
Right.
Why are we bringing him into this and making him
I
a
don't
killer?
know.
Why are we doing that? I'm just
don't
like,
know.
Yeah, like why? Because this Justin mentioned Cody. Yikes. I think we need to be
when I heard
careful.
that, I was like, what? Bethany's brother? But then it's like, well, maybe that's why they were left alive, Maybe they're hooked to the church. And if this guy's kind of wacky, like, I don't know. Like,
but why would
maybe
the church people want to kill them? It's just not fitting for me. It's just not fitting for me. Just because people might be different or have different views than us, it doesn't make...
Are they taking money for drugs? And maybe someone, do you think, like someone like
That's
Kaylee that looks like she's bold?
Don't
like
you think,
she's going to rat on them?
Don't you think that it would be more plausible and believable that straight up Brian Koberger was just a nerd and he got teased to hell's end? And he snapped.
I
mean,
do
look
agree.
Look at these schools. Look at Columbine. Look at Columbine.
But they had guns.
Certainly
like, this
didn't.
is knives. Like, really, like, I don't know.
I don't know
I
either.
don't know.
It's rage.
Like, that's up and personal.
It's personal
that's
and
like,
it's rage, yeah.
It is, like, it's rage.
Mm-hmm.
It's, like, and I don't know, maybe he could. I mean, because when I did go back and look at, like, things that he said when he was young, like, that really was, like, kind of sad in a way. Like, he should have gotten help if he really...
Who?
Felt like a piece of shit and whatever it was and emotionally detached.
Who?
Brian Kohlberger.
Oh.
Those things that he wrote when he was, 15, 16?
I don't believe any of that. I don't believe
You didn't see those writings?
Yeah. I saw
yeah. Like that puts in mind like something's not right with him, obviously.
If he wrote it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's true, too.
You've got to take everything on the internet. I mean, I could go there and write a manifesto right now and put it on Reddit and say it's Brian Koberger's and say exactly why I did it.
Well, then it goes back to someone framing him.
How? No, it's just trolls. People just troll, right?
Oh, just to
be assholes. And then they sit back and they watch all the YouTubers do live streams about it. They're using my fake shit. I mean, this is what and you got to remember, after COVID, everybody's online now. Everybody. So it's, and there's people that don't have good intentions out there. And I need you guys to keep that in mind, that not everybody has good intention. Not everybody's posting things to educate you.
So you do then think it was probably Brian Kohlberger by himself with a person?
I don't know. Most likely. I mean, unless he's an informant, then I think he's definitely involved. I mean, we have him arrested, right? We have that. So I don't know. And I think that the secretive way that the cops are acting and have acted throughout this has it's what's garnered all of this. So, all right, I got another call coming in, but thank you, hon.
I really appreciate what you do, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, hon.
Thanks.
Okay, I've sent the caller to voicemail.
Dang it, I missed
Goodbye.
it. Call back 425. Damn, you're fine. Call me back. Thank you for that last caller as well. Or sorry, 818. Call me back. 8675309. Call me back. I just think we got to be careful with our sources, man. Facebook groups, Reddit, 4chan, YouTube, Twitter. Cody Funk, Idaho. So I wanted to talk about this because, what do we know about this guy other than he could be Bethany's brother, right? And that means what? I have a brother, and if I do something on my podcast, does my brother automatically know about it? Does my brother deserve to be talked about because he's my brother? I don't know. Well, when you hold a public position, you can be talked about, and you will be talked about. But this is what I came up with, was this Grangeville, Idaho. It's an elected position, but he was not run against. No one ran against him. No one's beating down the door to do this. The coroner directs a qualified specialist in pathology to conduct the examination. So he doesn't do autopsies. They just announce the death, right? And determine if it should go further or whatever. I think you guys are freaking out over his title here. But let's see. Look at this, girl. Is he Bethany's relative? Commenting on Facebook on. Okay, so this is him, though. This is what I found interesting, okay? This is where there's something new every day in the funk world. So he owns a huge ranch. This isn't a farm. He's a rancher.
Call from
Sammy.
Hey, Sammy, you're live. What's up?
Hey, Jay. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I was just thinking I spend way too much time thinking about this, more time than I'm spending on my own family.
I know. We all do it. Guilty as charged.
But I was thinking about the dog, Murphy, and I was just wondering if perchance the dog was crate trained, because I recently adopted a dog who I've never had a dog that lived in a crate at all, and he is so much more comfortable in his crate, and that might explain why he was in a different room. I just would be curious.
Yeah, that
know.
Could be too, because she did have that fencing, like that pet gate.
Yeah, with the age of the dog, and then she's busy running around, and it wouldn't destroy the house, or she wouldn't have to worry about it getting out when people came over. I was just wondering. And then as far as the Justin guy,
he did bring a very reasonable story in a lot of ways, but the part about DM that honestly makes zero sense is, even if, let's say, his story was correct, why would they be doing the surgery now? This seems like the worst time to be doing a surgery like that, when you're in the, a prime witness for this type of thing, and it just seems like a very stressful time for somebody to go through that type of surgery.
I agree.
And then you're in protective services, so who's the surgeon that you have? Because you're not in protective services usually, or protective custody usually in your own town. You're somewhere else. So the story he weaved together had some very possible things that could be true, but he seemed to have an agenda in there that washed out what could be valid, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you.
But he did bring up some interesting points with the drug lines, because I was recently at the Boise airport, and I saw somebody who was a local, so I just asked him what they thought about this story. And he was an older man, and then I mentioned, oh, could it be drugs? And he goes, oh, yeah, the drugs go from Moscow down to Salt Lake City. Like, people seem to know that around here. So,
but would these college girls be involved with that so heavily? I mean,
maybe they knew something and they opened their mouth. I mean, it could be something
that worries me. That's
at
what
a
worries
party, and they maybe, because I just remember when I was in college one time. This is my own personal story, but I remember one time, we were doing ecstasy, and I had really never done it. And we went to the club, and my friend was, and I was wasted on alcohol.
Go girl.
And she was like, oh, she was like, oh, the ecstasy's here. And when the guy got there, I was like, oh, yay, ecstasy's here. And everybody freaked out on me. And, that was my first time going, oh, this is not normal anymore.
Right on. Right on.
Fun.
I've never done that. But I know a lot of people have tried it. Yeah.
I mean, it was just coming around when I was in college. I just did it once, and then somebody said, oh, it can take out your spine.
And you were all scared?
It was tapping your spinal fluid or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not doing that.
I remember people saying that about acid. Like, if it collects in your spinal fluid, and if they do a spinal tap, they'll see that you did acid or something.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where it could be something super innocent that.
Yeah.
And it was, and then with BK, the one question I have with him that just never made sense, because isn't that pretty much a cul-de-sac, that area?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's kind of like, I just think, I try to put myself in the position if I'm, a stalker and I just want to kill people for fun or whatever I'm doing, even if I wanted to break into somebody's house. I mean, it's hard enough to even do your neighbor's house, let alone drive, 40 minutes away into a cul-de-sac situation in your vehicle where you don't know anybody in the neighborhood, and you don't know if there's, usually you have a nosy neighbor who's always watching out and seeing what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
And then the other incredibly bizarre part for me that I just cannot reconcile is that the police were in front of the house on that band field filming at least, a half hour before that took place. And then what stalker just drives up and gets out of the car and walks into the house? You sit back and watch. So the whole thing it's very
So
odd.
you're not feeling like there was stalking going on?
I don't think it was him the story they've given us that he just cruised in at, 3:53 and then waltzes in 5 minutes later. And in a cul-de-sac on a Saturday night when, it's a party time and you saw the people running around from the band field. It doesn't seem like a stalker. He's either a retarded stalker. Maybe that's not a PC word. He's a mentally challenged stalker. But just a few movies would teach you to do a better stalking job than that. Watch a couple.
Well,
Netflix
yeah,
shows.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But then again, these stalkers can get a little obsessive in the moment, and they can rage out. They can rage out really quick. So let's say he was at I mean, just speculating. Let's say that Brian was at the Corner Club that night and something was said. I mean, and he was humiliated and he decided tonight's the night. Taking this bitch out. I mean, we just don't know, is my point.
Yeah, but I would think, this would be something maybe a profiler would know, but it would seem to me that stalkers are very, there's a selfishness to it, and there's also a cowardness to it. And it just seems like he might, if that was the case, if he was that person, it just seems like he would go home and be more passive aggressive. Like, I'm going to get them when they don't expect it. I mean, obviously whoever killed them, they didn't expect it, but he would also want to preserve his own integrity. And this was just like, maybe he was high on drugs and he threw it all to the wind. But the mayor of Moscow saying at the beginning that it was a crime of passion is still hanging in there on my mind.
Passion? Like, what is he talking about? Yeah, he did.
What
was he talking about? I was like...
Yeah, and then he came out right away to kind of be like, oh, no, because somebody talked to him, but he knew something, and they did tell him something.
That is why I always go back to those initial reports, because that's always like, you might get wrong information because it is like early on, but you're also going to get those whoopsies. Don't say that again, like Don Wells. I don't know if you followed Summer Wells, but like when I think it was the day after Summer Wells went missing, he talked to the media and he said, well, we'll see her in the resurrection. It's like, what? Your kid's been gone for a day and you already are saying, oh, I'll see her when I die? No. So, I mean, those kinds of things are very telling. And I think it's just interesting, when you go back and now we're like 2 months out. So like I've been going back to like the early on stuff just to see if anything sticks out to me, because if you didn't know something then, but you know it now, it might stand out to you where it didn't before. Just like that video of the 4 people that's been out for 2 months, but no one's really paid attention to it because we had so much else that we were looking at, no one was going to zoom in on this little circle with 4 heads going by it because we had all this other stuff to look at and investigate.
And that's crazy important to know who those people were. I mean, and then the mayor too, one thing, if you go back and look at the video, his face looks he looks like he knows what happened. And that never left my mind that they all seem to know what
I don't
happened.
like that. Yeah, I don't like their facial expressions. I don't like their demeanors. I'm going to be honest. I don't like any of their facial expressions or demeanors. And then to couple that, you look at the police blotter. They're taking reports of girls that live in Moscow that call and say, I think someone was in my house or someone followed me home from the bar, and there's no report taken. There's no paper trail. That bothers me. And I know they have an image to keep up. But if they actually are transparent, I think that they'll see that people appreciate that. And it doesn't look as bad as it does when you try to cover it up and it looks like a mess. So I think there might be a couple things going on here. I think we already know they had the riots. They had the church coming at them for the mask mandates. All this stuff going on prior. That's why the FBI was already there. The FBI's been there since what they call the Watts riots. Look up the Watts riots. All this stuff happened when COVID hit. And if you didn't live there, you didn't pay attention to it because we were all like, what is going on? What do you mean our entire world is on lockdown? What do you mean I can't go to the store and get bread with my son? I you know what I mean? Like all these mandates, we were all like, whoa, what's going on? Our world was rocked. So then they had these riots going on in Idaho and Washington State. And I think that's why the feds were already there. I can't say that for certain. I would have to I'll do some research on it and present it in the next live. Because that kind of just came to me.
You don't think that they're mostly there for the drugs, possibly, because it's just such a corridor. It goes up into Vancouver, and then you have multiple states right there that collide.
But they've been arresting. See, what you have to understand though is they've been arresting people. Like the Homeland Security has been arresting people for these patriot groups, these extremist groups. So the Homeland Security is going to be there for that, and they would be there for drugs. So we just don't know. I mean, Moscow and that area in Idaho had to cancel their pride events because the white nationalist groups were planning to riot them. So I'm going to pull up an article right here from June of last year. So this is still going into last year, even though, most of us had moved past COVID. Most of us are over, Pride Fest and causing big riots. I don't know where you live, but I think this area is a little more, and I talked to somebody who had been there that is from, the north, and they said it's different. They said it's just different. Like it's a little behind the times, I guess. I'm not trying to say that to be mean, but it just hasn't come full circle, I live in Florida. We don't really have white nationalists even running any shows here. Like, we would never, nothing would ever be canceled in the state of Florida because of an extremist group. Like, our governor would nip that shit in the bud. Like, this would not even get to this point, right? So it says here, Idaho police officers arrest 31 people Saturday who are believed to be affiliated with the white nationalist group Patriot Front after they were seen gathering near a pride parade in the city of Coeur d'Alene. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it says here, Police Chief Lee White in Coeur d'Alene said, "It is clear to us based on the gear that the individuals had, the stuff they had in their possession, the U-Haul, and paperwork that was seized that they came to riot downtown." So we've got all these guys in these masks and weird stuff. I mean, there's just a lot going on there. So if you go down here, because this is a hate crime, right? So this is federal. So the feds are going to handle that. But I mean, there's just.
But you do know the history of the FBI. Like, I'm just bringing this up because I don't know if you remember years ago there was in Texas a Mohammed cartoon thing with, I think her name is Pamela Geller, but the FBI literally drove the terrorists there. They had radicalized them on the internet, and they wrote about this. This was mainstream, and then they got shot by the security guard. But had the security guard not shot the guy and ended it out in the parking lot, they would have gone in and they could have possibly massacred people. And they were brought there in the FBI's car. Sometimes I think they want to start stuff up. So I don't know. The FBI.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And then I do know that there has been things coming into Idaho where they're trying to make it a white nationalist, but they were brought from out of state. And I think they did something in Boise, and it was proven that they were all 30 people came.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm reading right now. They were from Texas.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, and that's very organized. And I always wonder, I always say, a lot of times when the theme fits an agenda that they're pushing through the government, how do you determine the difference? Barack Obama's president, and we have all the Muslim extremism. Then we get Donald Trump, and we start having white nationalist extremism. And it's well, wouldn't the white nationalists been doing it under Barack Obama, and maybe the Muslims under Donald Trump?
No, I know what you're saying. I felt the same way about when Governor Whitmer in Michigan was, there was the plot to kidnap her. And those guys were the first trial, I think it was a mistrial. I don't know. There's
it's
just been
nutty.
It is.
Where do I think this mess from?
It is.
But hopefully we can figure out who really killed these poor kids and bring justice to them, because it's just, because I have a son who's second year of college, and this kind of stuff hits home. It makes me sick. It makes me outraged. And then I look at the case as it's unfolding as if that was my own child. And I'm this is not okay how the law enforcement portrayed themselves. The whole thing has made it so that I don't trust them, and I don't like feeling that I don't trust my law enforcement.
No, I know. I don't
If
like
they-
that either. I don't like that either. And
Yeah,
it pisses me
changing
off.
the timeline, something so simple, telling us it was done between 3 and 4, and then once they arrest him, they totally rearrange it and give us another timeline. It's like, no, that doesn't fly here. It doesn't work.
It's been a mess since the beginning. And like I said, I think that there's certain ways that a lot of people are saying, oh, well, you know, this is probably how cases are going to be handled now that social media, it blows everything up. But I think that this proves, I don't know, that they should handle it differently, because they gave us things as fact and then like retracted several key things. And that makes you lose faith. And I don't like that either. I don't want to lose faith in law enforcement.
And even your faith, if you take it and you go, okay, well, maybe this was to catch BK, but that doesn't make sense. What did changing the timeline of the event affect him? That would it, you know, if he thought it was 3 to 4, is he supposed to think he was free? I mean, what was the point of it on their mind? If it was a psyop against him, what did it serve?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it was a lone stalker, why is that complicated?
Exactly.
Why is a gag order needed that would put people in danger? Why would it be worded that way? You know what I mean?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm so grateful for people like you and Lana, because we all have to keep the spotlight on this. If for anything to keep him alive and get him to trial so we can see the stuff, because if he dies, we won't see the evidence. If he dies in jail, it'll be case closed and we won't see it. So I want this thing to go to trial, and I want to see what this is. I want to see it all.
Mm-hmm.
That's my feeling.
I know. I hear you. And, you know, if this is like the first case that you followed where it's been really secretive like this, it's kind of earth shattering. When I was following the Oklahoma City bombing back in 95 when it happened, I'm old, but I was pregnant with my first son when that happened. And I remember watching it on TV, and I remember them seeing like, oh, we got him. Like a couple days later, this is the face of terror. This is your lone bomber. And they walked him out of that jail, and no bulletproof vest. They denied him a bulletproof vest, and all the jeers from people, baby killer. There was no innocent until proven guilty. And it made me sick.
Yeah.
It made me sick.
That's what bothered me with this BK. Even when people are calling and they're like, he's so creepy. It's like, well, the first picture we see of the guy, he's in a straitjacket. And we are programmed through entertainment. When we see somebody in a straitjacket, they're friggin' creepy and they're crazy.
Correct.
So the whole image that was being projected out into the public of him, just from the pictures, was of a psychotic killer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a Dexter. I don't know.
I mean, actually, I think that this has done him a lot of favors by having this gag order. And I'm going to pull up on the screen. I'm going to show you what I was talking about. I don't know if you can see your YouTube, but everybody else can. But this came out, accused bomber, it says in really, really small print. You can see accused bomber, Timothy McVeigh. And then you have his face, the face of terror. So he was tried and convicted the minute that he was walked out of the Noble County jail, in my opinion. And that's wrong to me. That's so wrong.
And they also did the same thing with him, just painting him with, white supremacists. So then, we know those people are awful. But there was no facts given. And that I think it was the governor of Oklahoma or his brother wrote a book about that was basically the same scenario as the bombings. And even the killer had the last name McVeigh, and it was written before. City bombing.
Yeah. Wasn't it McVey?
Yeah. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Yep. And I think too, he used an alias. It was Robert Kling. He used Robert Kling, and then he also used Tim Tuttle. And I was just like, what? Like, this is so crazy random.
Yeah, this is insane. Well, I just hope.
But I learned a lot from that case, and I kind of like take that with me. Like, that was where I realized there are people in the government and in law enforcement that are capable of lying and, you know, putting narratives out and for agendas. And I don't like that, but it didn't make me lose faith in everything, you know? And this, with the FBI being there and stuff, I just hope that whoever did this is brought to justice. I mean, if they're working behind the scenes, we gotta be patient and give them time, you know, to work through all of that. Because if there is others involved, if there's anything, you know, hinky going on in law enforcement, that's going to be something they have to tackle that pretty carefully, you know.
But if there were others involved, it seems like that would have actually given them a reason to let him free for a bit, you know, before they took him in to see who he was interacting with and what was going on, because he would surely be, you know, touching base with them at some point. And they took him in, so that seems like it would be shut down. And then if it was just on digital data from phones and whatnot, then they could have got that early on, and they should have taken him in sooner. So it's very confusing. We'll see. I just hope.
I heard from someone out there, though, that they said they had worse coverage in Moscow than they did on Ben Hill Road in Hawkins County, Tennessee. So that makes me wonder about these pings and all this stuff too. But, you know, they could have video of him. We don't know. And they didn't have, if they didn't need to put it in there, they weren't going to put it in there. They're not going to show their cards. I got another call coming in, and I love you. I love your call. You've been like an awesome caller, but I want to take this one. They beeped in many times.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, girl.
Keep listening. Thank you. Okay. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Call from
Sarah.
Sarah, my lady, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Hang on. I just wanted to put out, I mean, I'm from Idaho, and actually our son went to school up there at Lewis and Clark, which is in Lewiston.
Okay.
And so we've kind of been following it, and our son's a bit older now. He's in his early 30s, but there were just couch surfers. Like, we would go to Lewistown to see our son, or Lewiston, I guess it's called. Lewistown's in Montana. But we would go to see our son, and there would be random kids all over the house. I mean, it was constantly. Oh, sorry, dog.
Oh, you're okay.
I mean, we would go there and not know any of the kids in the house at all.
How did you feel about that? Did you say something to your son? Like,
no, you know what? It was just so normal, you know, to go up there. And now, I don't want to, I mean, they don't really, my son has they're all these kids know each other. We're from Boise originally.
Okay.
And so all those kids from Lewistown and Coeur d'Alene and Moscow and Pullman all know each other. I mean, they're the majority of them, or a great deal of them, were in athletics together, played each other, you know, throughout the school years and stuff like that. It's kind of a really small community. And I'm not talking about Moscow, Pullman. I'm talking about Moscow, Pullman, Lewiston, Coeur d'Alene. I mean, just look
even
at where
though
these kids,
even though there's miles between there, it's so rural that they're all
so
connected, right?
Right. And here's the other roommate. Remember the roommate that moved out? That never was there. The roommate, the empty bedroom roommate. That roommate is a cousin to our son's girlfriend.
Oh. Is that the one that's also Kaylee's cousin, or no?
Now, that I honestly couldn't speak to. I don't know that part of it. But I know literally when our son's daughter or son's girlfriend told us this,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my gosh. And so I went back and looked at a picture of her Facebook page, and it was a picture of her and Madison.
Oh.
And I was like, and she apparently got an internship in Boise, and that's why she never went back. So she that's why the fifth room or the other room was always open, is because she paid her rent and stuff because she wasn't going to be there, and she had already
Why
committed.
didn't she go back?
She had spent the summer in Boise doing her internship, working for a company in Boise, which I'm 99% sure she's from Boise because that's where our son's girlfriend's from also. And so she was she got a job in Boise, and it just kind of worked out to be a full-time gig or something. And so then she in turn didn't go back, but she honored her obligation. So I don't think there was ever supposed to be another roommate in that room. It was just kind of like, she didn't go back, but she paid her rent and stuff to cover it,
So
until
what's
they found
interesting about that is that I found an interview where Xana's dad said that this was what was really strange to me. So he said, I was there a week before. I saw her. She changed. She had a life. She knew what it was like to have a boyfriend that you live with.
Right.
So was Ethan moving in there? Had he just moved in? Was he in the process of moving in? And if so, why? Was there a problem with him at the fraternity house?
Yeah, and I don't know that. I mean, this is the weird thing, kind of and I'm completely, an outsider. It's our kids, who are in their late 20s and stuff. And when we had told them about it, which they live in Oregon now, towards Portland, and when we told them, we were just terrified. We're like, oh my gosh, remember, this happened, and remember we used to come up there. And then they were like, oh, we didn't really know anything about it. And then, we kind of heard about it. And then when we saw them a month later, and they're like, oh my gosh, that was the girlfriend's cousin that was the roommate. And I'm like, oh my gosh. But here's what, and I don't know, because again, I'm so far out of the loop. It doesn't sound like to me, any of them I don't know whether they're allowed to talk to each other due to, the gag order or what have you. I mean, the other roommates, it seems to me, just based on what little bit we know, they've really been segregated, not to communicate with each other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that how it is?
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird community. I
agree with you there. I will agree with you there. 100%. It is so weird. It's such a mix of, I don't know.
Yeah, and there's a lot of rich kids, families that have homes up in Coeur d'Alene, and
you got rich people, and then you have people that are homeless and addicted to drugs, and then you have just regular college kids, and then you've got the Greek life.
Right, our kids were just middle class kids that went to college that were friends with all these kids. I mean, again, now, we're talking maybe 9 years older than these kids, but everybody knows everybody. And I'm referring from that school down to Boise. I mean, down at Boise, I'm not even shocked at that Dylan was dating somebody from Boise who, it only surprised me that I heard he'd never been there. Quinn had never been up there. I thought that was a little strange, but I don't know how long they were dating or anything. But I mean, this area, in Boise, for instance, most of the cops there are from California.
Really?
So that's a really sketchy thing. I mean, if you look into police shootings and stuff in Boise over the years, it's just not a place you want to There's not a lot going on in Boise. It's not that big. And
Yeah.
you don't want to be on the wrong side of the law in Boise because
Really?
they are tend to be allegedly a little gun happy, and so, and most of the cops there that I've met throughout the years, and I'm not a criminal or I'm just a mom, but
I believe you.
They've come from California and sold a huge property, a small property in California, and moved out to this area and bought 5 acres. A house with 5 acres for the same money as their little house in California. So there's a lot of influx of that out here, up in that area. And I mean, I follow you, I follow Lana. I'm just heartsick about these kids because I just feel like there's nothing, and it just is so muddied and ugly, that you just don't know anything.
I mean, it really is kind of sad because if you think about it, like everything on social media will always be there. Like it will always be there unless someone deletes it, Right. And it's like, this is like, I don't know. I kind of look at it now in a different way. Like we are kind of part of these people's legacy. And the way that we conduct ourselves and the things that we do and the things that we say at this time is just as crucial as anything else, unless we delete our history and what we do. But it's really hard to do that because people can screen record it. And once it's out there, it's out there. And that's the way you should proceed, I think, in life. With social media, with the internet, don't put anything out there that you wouldn't want, your grandma to see or whatever, because it will come back to haunt you.
Yeah. But here's the thing with what you guys are doing. I think it's so important because somebody has to be held accountable, and it's just so confusing and, doesn't make sense.
It's
and
scary.
It's very scary to think that. And then you have this gentleman, the gentleman that came out, Justin, and I'm not saying he doesn't believe what he's saying. And I think, Lana's amazing for interviewing him, although the cat thing really confused me. I mean, I just am so confused by that whole interview. But if not you guys, then who? And it's simple. The truth is the truth. Just tell the truth and let it chips fall where it may. But then there's just so much gray area with the cops. Oh, well, this, but maybe not. Maybe this, law enforcement. It's got, what you guys are doing is admirable. It's just that there have to be new safeties.
There might also be reasons. I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate. There might be reasons why the wrong year was put out on the car. I mean, all of these things might come together. It's like buying a puzzle and only getting half of it. Not even half of it. I don't even think we have half of it. Getting a quarter of a puzzle. But you can't see the front. You don't know what that puzzle is supposed to look like. But you're putting the pieces together, right? But you've only got like a third of it. Right. And you're looking at it, and you're like, and people are like, well, what is the puzzle? What is it? Well, I don't know. I can only see, it's the same thing. And I think we have to remember that there's also tactics and there's reasons that they do things, and it's not for our benefit, and they don't really care what we think of it. But people like this Justin guy who come out and talk about, even if it's a lie, even if it's a lie about Dylan, to even come out and talk about that kind of information is trash. It's trash.
It is.
So why would I take anything that he says?
Right. But what's more disturbing is, and again, obviously we don't know, but if this is something he's fabricated in his mind, that's very sad. That he's interjected himself into this.
They're everywhere.
Crime.
They do it in every case. Yeah. There's people like him. I mean, for every Justin, there's 200 more.
Yeah. I just think, have you ever been in this part of the country?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's so different. I'm from Montana, and I've lived here my whole life. In my professional career, I'd moved around, but it's a really different climate. I mean, it is really different. And I was, watching like with the white supremacists and stuff. I mean, stuff like that is very, very prevalent here. They don't like it, but the majority of people aren't that way. But it's very small town when people are talking about Miss Funk's brother. I mean, that's the way it is. I live outside of Boise now in a really small town, and my mom passed away. We were taking care of her, and I had to call the police at 2 in the morning. My mom had passed away, and they came over, and they were like, 2 policemen, and they're like, yeah, she's dead, and I'm like, okay,
Wow.
well, what do we do? And they were like, she'd passed away in her sleep. And these guys, it was funny because, I mean, now I can laugh, but they were looking for a thermometer, and they're all dressed like cops. And in the town we live in outside of Boise, it's only 1,800 people.
Oh my gosh.
So they literally got dressed and came over. And the guy's like, says to the other police officer, do you have a thermometer? And they just looked at each other, and I was like, that's a random thing. But, they wanted to take her temperature. And I said, well, I have the electronic one you rub across the forehead, or point at the forehead. And they're like, oh, okay, good enough. And, it was like 96 something. So, they're like, well, she's been dead about, half an hour or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
This thing under the armpit thing just blew my mind because I was just like, okay.
Yeah, but what I learned that was interesting was that the, who was that? The Gainesville Ripper,
Mm-hmm.
he would turn the heat up
Mm-hmm.
before he left the house because he wanted to throw off their time of death.
Mm-hmm.
And we remember the door was supposedly left open on King Road, right? It was wide open at 8:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So what would that mean, like upstairs too? Like all the heat rises, right? So it would be like
right
if the heat's kicking on. But then I heard someone speculate that maybe that door was open because the surviving roommates were in there and it smelled.
Well, if you think back, do you remember Jodi Arias?
Yes,
The girl
unfortunately.
Right. Okay. But remember the roommate, he'd been dead in that, Travis Alexander had been dead in there for 2 or 3 days. And when the people came to find him, they could smell it, but there was a roommate in the house that said he didn't smell anything.
Yeah. Weird. I know. I remember that.
And here's another thing really quick. And I know you're super busy. I lived in that style house and I had a stalker in my 30s. I'll be 60. I had a stalker in my 30s. My house was built into the side of a hill. The stalker came through the 3rd floor slider window door, which I kept unlocked all the time. Because who would go through there? And he jumped from a tree and swung in. What they estimated he did was that he grabbed the tree and swung himself into the balcony.
Jesus, what?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And went into my house and, kind of pilfered through the underwear drawer and left a little present. Yes, on my bed. And they never caught. Yeah, and this was, so 30 years ago. And this was.
Well, it reminds me of the girl next door who had her undies put in the cup holder.
Yeah, see, there's, and then my guy hung like a crucifix on my door made out of twigs and the string from my panties.
What?
Yeah, and they never caught him.
Are you serious?
No, they never caught
What
the
year
guy.
was this?
See, so 30 years ago, whatever that would have been, like 1990.
In what town?
It was in South Dakota. I was living in South Dakota.
Oh, it wasn't Idaho? Okay.
No, but it's about the same. It's all that region. But
Weird.
That's a thing. But that was the thing when people say he didn't come through the 3rd floor. I don't necessarily put a lot of stock in that because literally I would never have attempted it, but he jumped there was evergreen trees behind my house and they found like a little nest area that he had made just like behind their house. There was a trees up there, and they found like a little nest area where he smoked, and he had sat in there and watched me from parallel. So he was parallel to my bedroom on that hillside, which has creeped me out about this case because it's very similar to Maddie and Kaylee's situation.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna pull up a picture right now because it's interesting that you bring that up because this is something that I wanted to talk about and I kind of forgot about it. Hang on. So I'm trying to get it pulled up here. Hold on. Can you see your screen or no?
no, I stepped out because the dogs are
Oh, that's okay.
going crazy. But I've watched everything you have. I probably will know.
Here it is. Okay, I found it. Okay, so you bring up like going up. There's a chair. I don't know if you've seen this before.
On the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm. So actually the stools are. This is a picture where the stools are in the door still, but there's a green chair.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like at the bottom of that post.
Right.
I mean, I think somebody could have scaled up there, to be honest.
Climbed up it like a monkey.
Mm-hmm.
I see. I've always thought now somebody just came out recently and said, "Oh no, they could have never gotten on that third floor from there." I absolutely
they could have.
don't agree with that because both my boys are built like Koberger. They're monkeys. You know, especially my one son is real tall and slender like that.
Mm-hmm.
He could have pulled himself up there, just used his feet and scooched up that deck.
Oh, I agree.
And
100%.
I do have a question, and I don't understand it, and I guess I would think it's because there wasn't a lot of reporting. But with social media and stuff, why did we never see the bodies removed?
I asked that too.
I don't understand that. And then the other thing that I find really confusing is when at one point in my situation, they thought he was there, and I had cops like rappelling over, down the side of the hill in the back, like literally all over my house one night, and had me hiding in a closet. And he, it wasn't him. He wasn't there. But I don't know that I just feel like they didn't investigate. I mean, I'm guessing, but how much, it just didn't seem like they did that much investigation on that hillside. I didn't even really think they cordoned it off well.
No, I didn't either. But you know what I noticed they paid a lot of attention to was we didn't know Dylan was in that second floor room right off the bat. We thought that her and Bethany were both down in the first floor. But they paid a lot of attention and they fingerprinted a lot on her window, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah. I still think, just from my own,
because she said I looked out the window and didn't see anybody. Remember?
Right.
But then on the but then they're fingerprinting her window like crazy.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, it's just a weird, But the thing is, like, living here in this area, people don't talk about it that much. I mean, and I don't live up there. I mean, that's still, outside of Boise. I live outside of Boise, so I'm still a couple hundred miles away. But no, it's just not really any huge thing out here. I mean, which is shocking because it's such a national story.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just like, what? Maybe. And I hope they have the right guy. I just don't understand it. I think anything's possible and plausible. You just don't know. There's circumstances that weird situations happen.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you.
I don't get it. So, but
I mean, nothing surprises me anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. You just sit there and go, okay, I guess that could have happened. It's highly unlikely,
But stranger things have happened, yeah.
But stranger things have happened, and I mean, I think they aren't paying enough attention to the back. I mean, but we don't know.
Well,
But
I don't like
just
how that
wanted
one cop was there, and he was like, when they came for the body cam during the day, when they were having a party or they were just playing music during the day, which seemed so ridiculous to me, anyways, that they can't play music during the day. But the one cop, when they're standing there waiting for Kaylee to come out, he's like, no stairs to the back deck. Interesting. Like, why would you say that? Like, why? And then the old man that looks like Brian's dad kind of, he like walks back and he's like looking up at the third floor windows. Like, what's he looking at? Like, supposedly they're there for noise. They're waiting for Kaylee to come out because the guy just came out and said she's upstairs, she's coming. So I don't like those two. I don't like their comments. I get a weird vibe from that.
Yeah, and see, for me, what in a weird way, which is not gonna bode well for them, it doesn't say well, but I can small town. Ooh, we got something going on. We got something going on. They kind of know the house, and especially in these areas, it's just very rural. You kind of know which houses you're watching and stuff.
Sure.
I mean, there was a time we couldn't get a hold of our son for 3 days, and we literally sent the cops to his house.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I mean, I saw on that blotter, you would not believe how many people, it looks like parents calling because they haven't heard from their kid in 3 days and they want a well check.
Exactly. We did it. And,
because your kids, they get wrapped up in what they're doing and they're like, I'm just not responding or what? I mean, but I would get concerned too.
Well, and you just sent them $100, and this is before Venmo, so you just wired them $100, and you haven't heard from them for 3 days, and then the cops show up at their house, and they're having a raging party, and your son hates you forever, but you don't, you're like, what? But that's the way it was. I mean, we would go up there, and we would just go, okay, how many roommates do you have? And he's like, well, there's 4 rooms, but we've got couch surfers, and such and such got kicked out, and such got a friend coming in from Seattle. And there were just, so I kind of get where Dylan's maybe coming from, because you're just like, damn, I just want to sleep, I mean, and I don't know, I've never suffered personal trauma like that.
But wait, I want to go back to what you just said though. So you're going off of what the latest report was that she yelled like, keep it down. I'm trying to sleep. Okay, but the PCA contradicts that. Why? The PCA says that she got up and she was like, oh my God, I think I hear Kaylee playing with her dog, right? And then she gets up, opens the door, closes it, goes back to bed. And then, oh my God, it sounded like Kaylee said someone's here. Opens the door. I hear it's crying. Closes the door. It's that makes it seem weird. Because
and the other part of that makes it weird also to me is the statement that she was frozen in fear or whatever that.
A frozen shocked phase.
Right. Yeah. And I'm just like,
it doesn't even sound like verbiage.
Right. That doesn't sound like anything any 20-year-old kid I know would say.
Mm-mm.
And that's what I'm like, because in my experience with our kids, it was just nothing to randomly find someone there that, we didn't know, and even when our son came back to Boise after he graduated and stuff, it was not uncommon to find, a couch surfer. I remember walking in our living room one morning to get coffee, and there's some man I've never seen before on my couch.
Oh, see, I could never live like that. That would drive me nuts.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, this was a good 8 years ago, but, we walk, we come out of our bedroom and there's this strange person on our couch and, but see, that wasn't even weird to me. And he was covered up with a blanket. I couldn't see him. I could see it was a male because he had big feet and he was too big for the couch, but it was just kind of the norm. Oh, our son brought somebody home with him last night, which is exactly what he did.
Yeah.
And had put it, there was no rooms left. And so he slept on the couch. So I don't find that unweird. I don't find that so weird. That what I find weird is, like you said, the verbiage of saying that she was frozen in fear. I just wonder where that line comes from, because that doesn't make sense with someone waiting that many hours to me to call the police or to get help, unless she wasn't afraid and wasn't frozen in fear or whatever, and just thought, okay, it's somebody's friend that's here that, I don't know.
Well, it just doesn't sound like her wording, and it's in quotation marks, so that bothers me.
Mm-hmm. Mhm.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't know. It's I mean, it's one of those things, because we have so much going on in Idaho. We have the Lori Vallow Daybell case, and
Oh,
then we have the
yeah.
Michael Vaughn, the little boy
Well, you know
in
what else
Fruitland,
is
Idaho.
Yeah. You know what else is weird? Okay. When you go to the Idaho court site and you search up
Mhm.
like Chad Daybell, you see his
Mhm.
entire docket comes up in the search. Okay.
Right.
When you type
Right.
Brian Koberger, it says no records found.
Yeah.
They made a specific like links under cases of interest where they put a link with PDFs only. So those PDFs are not even searchable in the Idaho court portal. Why? Daybell's is. Why is Brian Koberger, like the stuff that's available to us in the cases of interest, why is it not in the official portal? Does it mean that those weren't really filed? Because they said they put them on the cases of interest to make it easy for people to find them. Well, that's fine. Daybell's is right underneath Brian Koberger's. But Daybell
Right.
is also searchable in the database of the Idaho courts. Like they have that statewide
The
website.
repository, is that where you're looking?
Let me see. I'll pull it up on my screen here.
Yeah, the Idaho. I think it's I think it's the Idaho repository.
Yeah, I mean it's just like a statewide. Like Idaho has the same thing
Right.
like Wisconsin
Right.
has.
It shows you open court cases and stuff.
Yeah, you can look up anything. You can look up closed cases. I'm
Right.
gonna go
You can
to
look
it
up
and
that
show you.
what it was deposed at and who got what.
Yeah,
but
you
there's
can see
nothing- I
every
didn't know that.
document. There's a list. I'm gonna show you guys. I'll do a little demonstration because I didn't really know where to find his stuff. I wasn't like seeing if they were really there. I'll show you. So this is what I do, right? So I go to Google.
All right, you do that. I'm gonna go grab
Okay.
my tablet while you can. So, pardon the dogs. I'm gonna leave my phone
No,
out
you're
here for a
fine.
second. Hang on.
Okay, so Idaho court record search. This is exactly what I did. I'll walk you guys through. Let me If you open your tablet, just make sure that you mute it, okay?
Okay, they went one way, I went the other.
Oh, you're fine. Just make sure you mute your YouTube if you open it.
Yeah, I will. Yeah,
Okay,
just wanna see
so
what
we
you-
go here and we go to Latah County. And then we're going to go to record search, right? And we click search. Because this is what this is what I did because I didn't know they had this cases of interest. I just was like, did what I normally do. I just go right to the, I always go just right to the court record site. I don't screw around with looking for a cases of interest page, So I went on
Right.
here and I'm like, okay, smart search. Okay, so then I'm going to put Koberger, comma, Brian. And then stupid CAPTCHA, which I fail them every time.
I hate that.
I did it. Okay. So search. Oh, now it's here. It was not there before I swear on my life, it was not there before. Yep.
Okay.
Now it is. Okay, so maybe they just didn't have it in yet. Thank God. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Because I was
Okay.
like, why is this not in here? So we put that baby to bed.
Yeah.
It just took them, they took their sweet time. Or wait, no, it's not. I'm right. It's not. This is his this is his freaking ticket.
Yeah, see, that's very strange to me. Oh,
Yep.
yeah, the seatbelt restraint one.
Yeah,
Yes, I see it.
8/22 of 22.
Nothing else.
It says vehicle safety restraint infraction on 8/21/22, which was the day they pulled him over. And it says default judgment on 9/16, case closed. And it says that he paid $10. That's it. Okay, so now let's go back to the search. And let's put Daybell. Like, where's his murder charges? You know what I'm saying? Like, where's the murder? Where's all those other charges? Okay. We just have a traffic ticket. But now we're going to put Chad Daybell. And there we have all of Chad Daybell's stuff. So let's click on this one. It's probably going to take a minute because it's a big docket. Okay. So here we are. We have the pending criminal charges filed on 5/5/21. All these murder charges, insurance fraud, all this stuff. And look, all the docs. All of them.
I wonder if that's not because he hasn't entered a plea. Well, he has. Has he entered a plea or not entered the plea?
I don't think he has yet.
So I wonder if that's why it hasn't, because they haven't entered anything that he's been, I don't know.
Well, let's look at what the first thing that was put in Daybell's. On 5/25/21, it says new case criminal. And then they have the indictment. And then they have the warrant. And then they have a motion and so on and so forth. So why wouldn't the warrant be in there? The one that they released from WSU. Why wouldn't that be in there?
Well, that would be a different state, though, wouldn't it?
But it's still all part of this case, right?
I see. That's the thing. I don't know enough because
because Daybell's went across. Area. Well, Daybell's got the same thing. Hell. They went across state lines. They were Arizona, Idaho, and weren't they in another state too? Well, I know they were in Hawaii, but she lived in Texas. But they were all over too.
Yeah, but the bodies were found, or the charges were
in Idaho. Yeah.
In Idaho. So that's what I'm wondering. But that still doesn't explain. I mean, the WSU search warrant, yeah, I get that. But I don't quite understand the rest of it, Because it's usually the Idaho repository is usually really easy to get around. I used to have to do background checks on employees.
It is easy to get around, but it's not in here. But see, it says, look, right here.
In there.
It says right here where you agree to your terms. There's a clickable link, and it says, if you are seeking information in State versus Koberger, Latah County case CR 29222805, please visit our cases of interest page. So you come to the search page, and they direct you, click here, and this is where you find his documents.
Yeah. I don't know.
Now, I think this is now they have on here cases of interest. A bunch of media, the Associated Press, the Radio, Television, Digital News Association, all these media outlets have sued the 2nd Judicial District of the State of Idaho, County of Latah, Honorable Megan E. Marshall, Magistrate Judge, because they're not releasing anything. They're saying it goes against our rights. So the petitioners are the media.
Right.
And they're saying, basically this is a public case. But it goes on. Yeah. So I don't know what the outcome of this is going to be.
But that's what they've done with the Daybell thing now. They've shut that down where they don't let anybody in the hearings. They don't even have hearings about the stuff that's supposed to be public information.
Well, this is what the media is listing as their examples. So it says the gag order has restrained petitioners' rights to gather and publish information about this newsworthy matter. And then it says, for example, a victim's family wants to speak with the press about Mr. Koberger's prosecution, but they feel bound by the gag order. A Washington agency has requested declaratory relief to determine whether, consistent with the gag order, it can produce 911 tapes in response to public record requests. Major Christopher Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police told reporter Chris Ingalls that he could not answer whether police had launched any review of unsolved cases that could be linked to Mr. Koberger because of the gag order. Moscow Mayor Art Bettage told reporter Erica Zucco that the city attorney advised he could not answer questions about the overall community healing in Moscow because of the gag order. This is interesting. Journalist Taylor Murfandowski's public record requests were denied by the Latah County Sheriff's Office, Moscow Police Department, Pullman Police Department, and Washington State Police Department because of the gag order. The Moscow Police Department issued a press release that, quote, due to this order, the Moscow Police Department will no longer be communicating with the public or the media regarding this case. Gary Jenkins, Chief of Police at Washington State, and Matt Young, Communication Coordinator for the City of Pullman, told reporter Morgan Romero that they could not answer whether Koberger applied for a graduate assistant research position with Pullman Police because of the gag order. The Moscow Police Department refused to advise a reporter from the Idaho Statesman how many cell towers are in the area near where the murders occurred, the size of Mr. Koberger's cell, the size of the Moscow jail, and the nature of Mr. Koberger's meal because of the gag order.
Mm-hmm.
As explained further in the accompanying memorandum, the court should apply strict scrutiny to the amended gag order. The amended gag order fails under that standard because there is no evidence that pretrial publicity will prejudice Mr. Koberger's right to a fair trial, or that less restrictive methods could not prevent or cure any prejudice. In any event, the amended gag order fails under any standard because the district court failed to take any evidence, make factual findings, or consider any alternatives short of a gag order. As a result, with each passing day, the gag order irreparably harms petitioners by suppressing their rights under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. This court should promptly stop any future irreparable harm by vacating or nullifying the amended gag order. And this was on February 6th. And it does not look like there's been a response. Or wait.
Yeah, and that's exactly, I know that's the way that's so Idaho. That's the way that's how it runs here, you know? I mean, they just aren't saying very much. I mean, they don't say anything, actually. And it doesn't really surprise me. I just don't know, you know, I just hope it all makes sense in the end because it's so tragic.
Wait, what does this mean? Notice of non-opposition to petitions to intervene. What does that mean? Notice of non-opposition to petitions to intervene for petitioners, Wendy Olson. Why does that name sound familiar? Olson. Corey Carone. Respondent is Deborah Ferguson, Craig Durham at Ferguson, Durham, and then Latah County prosecutors Bradley Rudley, Latah prosecuting attorney. Weird. But yeah, I don't think they've responded yet. Oh, wait. Now comes now Brian Koberger through their attorney, Jay Weston Logsden. It doesn't say Ann. What the heck? Assigned attorney, it says Ann Taylor, and then it says Jay Weston. So is Jay Weston doing most of the work?
Isn't that the new guy they just brought on?
Yeah, because in this first paragraph, it says, comes now Brian Koberger, by and through their attorney, Jay Weston Logsden, Chief Deputy Litigation, hereby submits the following memorandum in support of his contemporaneously filed petition to intervene as a respondent in this action. Okay, here's the background. On November 13th, media began reporting about the murders of 4 college students. Since those initial reports, the coverage has gone viral, leading to not only worldwide press, but multiple citizen investigators creating videos and online groups discussing the murders. Okay, and this was known to Mr. Koberger's attorneys the moment he was arrested. Thus, one of the first things those attorneys did was prepare a motion for a non-decimation order. Counsel for Mr. Koberger contacted counsel for the prosecution. Okay, and it says here, in a short time before the order was entered, Mr. Koberger's attorneys became known to the press, and their office was immediately besieged by reporters. Press members took pictures of employees through windows, entered the office and refused to leave without meeting with attorneys, and regularly called the office on the same line necessary for the clients to reach their attorneys. After the order was entered, this behavior slowed drastically. The media now seeks to dissolve the order via a petition for a writ of mandamus from this court. The media claims it needs access to attorneys and their agents in Mr. Koberger's criminal matter to provide the public with the facts. The media's petition directly implicates Mr. Koberger's right to a fair trial. Although the magistrate court has a duty to protect Mr. Koberger's rights, it must necessarily balance his rights against the rights of the public and media. So then it's keeps going on, and then they cite conclusion. Mr. Koberger is on trial for his life. This court should not relegate him to seeking redress for prejudicial media coverage in other forms. If this court wishes to consider the proper standards for necessary orders, such as the non-dissemination order in this case, it can only benefit the court to hear from the person most uniquely affected by its decision. Mr. Koberger is both the real party in interest and a party who would be affected by the outcome of the proceeding and is properly allowed to intervene in this matter. Alternatively, if this court rules otherwise, this court should grant Mr. Koberger leave to file an amici brief and participate in oral argument. So they're saying, I think if the judge is going to change this, then Mr. Koberger wants an oral hearing to discuss it. And this was actually served on the 17th. So this is against the media. So the media petitioned.
Right.
Yeah. So interesting. And interesting to note, too, that the Pennsylvania people are on there as well. So I know someone called in earlier and said that, no, they're not. Yeah, they are. They are.
I think the thing that's got to change for society is that they need to take into consideration now how much the social media has an effect on these things, and instead of barring them, I mean, that seems like right now all they can do, or all they're willing to do, is just shut the doors and not give any information. That's not going to work.
One-way ticket
you know,
to hell.
in this day in society where there's so much internet, they're going to have to come up with a better way, and they're just in uncharted territories, I think, where they just don't even know how to deal with. So I think the state, I mean, it seems like they should close everything down, and they're just not saying anything. In all three cases in Idaho right now, you know, that are very high profile, the Michael Vaughn one, which is closer to where I'm at now, is the same way. You know, they thought they found some evidence of a body, and, you know, that was 2 or 3 months ago. And they've come up, you know, they dug
up someone's yard and everything. Yeah. Weird.
And again, see, this is
I
how
still
small
don't
that is.
understand the Stacy and Sarah. I don't understand.
Yeah.
They look like they're siblings, and I just don't understand that situation. And I don't know why their yard was dug up and they found nothing, and now it's just been.
Well, she was acting cray-cray because she was the neighbor. Now we're off on a different story, but she's the neighbor to one of my husband's friends. And I mean, she was sitting in her yard or on her driveway screaming to Jesus when he went to jail. And just, I mean, she's like certifiable.
Well, I think they actually put her hearings off because she's
not
she's not competent.
No, she's not competent. And so, you know, there again is another high profile case, Lori Vallow, who, you know, goes back and forth from competency to not competency. You know, and I pray that doesn't happen with Koberger, you know, if that's...
Oh, here we go. Here's Koberger. The petitioner's request is replete with arguments as to balancing the rights of the public and media against Mr. Koberger's rights. This court should permit Mr. Koberger to defend himself rather than require the respondents to do so by proxy. So they're saying he wants to come in and he wants to do this himself. Before filing this motion, counsel for Mr. Koberger conferred with counsel for the petitioners and respondents. Counsel for Judge Marshall indicated that they have no objection to this request to intervene. For the reasons discussed herein, Brian C. Koberger respectfully requests that the court grant his motion to intervene in this matter as a respondent. On the 15th of February, I think we're going to see a hearing set.
Yeah. Well, so basically, aren't they saying in there they want to give him his due right of process to defend himself, even against the internet allegations, right? Or
well, no. This is just about the gag order. So they want him to be able to defend himself and speak against the media and what they're wanting. You know, they're wanting full access, and they're saying, you know,
right, which he isn't going to speak against him. I mean, his attorneys will, but he's not going to.
No, that's what they're saying. Like, he wants to speak, not use them by proxy, and he's exercising his right to do so. Yes,
well, that's brave.
So we might see a hearing in this scheduled soon, because I think they have 7 days. Wait, a petition for a writ of mandamus or writ of prohibition. Declaration of Wendy Olson. It is ordered that the petition for a writ of mandamus is conditionally dismissed. Petitioners have 7 days to order. Yeah, I don't understand all this. We need the lawyer to look at all this stuff. This is all Supreme Court stuff. But anyway, I was just showing you guys, like, if you go down, here's like Daybell's all his stuff is listed. I mean, look at that list, but it's still searchable. But I'm glad that Koberger's is now too. So,
yeah.
All right. Well, I am going to wrap this up in just a few minutes. I want to thank you for calling in. My God, you called in for 50 minutes, girlfriend.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. It was good.
No, it's just that, I sit there and I watch you guys or listen to you guys, watch you guys, all of you guys. And then I live out here and I'm just like, I get parts of it, because I live in this area and I get how the police act here or in this general area.
Yeah, you understand like what we're like the culture that when we get kind of confused.
But I feel that way when I hear about stuff in Florida. I'm like, how can this go on in Florida? What are the, it's culturally very small town out here. Even, Boise, which is the largest town in Idaho, is still very, very small town. So,
yeah, it sounds very rural. So, all right, thanks so much.
Keep fighting the fight,
and
we appreciate. So many of us do appreciate all your guys' hard work.
Aw, thanks. I appreciate you.
All right, have a great night.
You too.
Bye.
What great callers we had today, you guys. So, I'm glad that we got to put a couple things to bed, such as this is now listed in the Idaho court site. I can sleep better tonight knowing that. But let's keep our eye on this media case because this is going to get a little interesting, right? So I'm going to look more into that and read more of these documents because what I did read, it does sound like Mr. Koberger is requesting an opportunity to orally argue this in court. So that should be interesting. And would that wouldn't fall under a gag order, right? So we should be able to see it all. What, Mary? You've got to be kidding me. Where is that? Orlando? I don't see anything. This is 50 minutes ago.
Some breaking news. Multiple people have been shot in a neighborhood in Orange County.
West News Tonight, Gabrielle Gaddis is live from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. You were at that scene right before that shooting took place. Tonight, what can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. This morning, sheriff deputies were there investigating a homicide where they found a woman who was shot and killed. And just more than 30 minutes ago, the sheriff tweeted that multiple people have been shot in the shooting on that same street, Hialeah Street in Orange County. He also says one person has been detained. And we do have aerial shots. Our Chopper 2 is flying over the crime scene right now to show you law enforcement and first responder units flooding the neighborhood. The shooting, again, happened in the same area where they started investigating the death of a woman this morning. I want you to take a look at some video we took earlier. It's just scarier because we were there earlier this afternoon when officials were figuring out who shot and killed the woman. When we were there, we did speak with neighbors about that homicide, and in their own words, they told us, sadly, they have seen shootings happen in their neighborhood in the past, but this morning it was very shocking to them because they said they didn't hear any noise, they didn't hear sounds of gunshots, yet they saw law enforcement swarm their neighborhood after they got a report about a woman who was found shot and killed. And as far as this shooting that just happened earlier this hour, we are told, or late this afternoon, we are told that the sheriff is expected to give us an update here shortly. So we're going to stay here and bring you that as soon as it comes. But once again, multiple people have been shot, and we're told that one person has been detained. We're waiting to learn the victim's injuries. For now, reporting live in Orange County, Sanait Gabriel-Gaddis, West 2 News.
Sanait, if you don't mind, we'd like to stay with you for just a moment here and just ask you some questions since you were at the scene earlier today. Can you just describe what you were seeing in that neighborhood and what made you leave?
Well, when we were there, neighbors were standing outside of their homes. They were just as curious as us. We were there because we got a report about a shooting that Orange County Sheriff deputies were investigating. They said a woman was found shot and killed. And from where we were standing, because they had the whole area blocked off, we saw a car that was, it was at the center of the investigation. The passenger door was open. And we just noticed that deputies were focusing their attention on that car. But when we were talking to neighbors, they all said, it's sad to say that we are no strangers to shootings in our area. We see shootings happen here all the time. They said they have heard gunshots in the past, but what made this case very suspicious to them was that they said they didn't hear any noise this morning. They didn't see anything suspicious. So they were just shocked to learn that a woman was found dead. She was found shot and killed. But we decided to leave because after speaking with my photographer, Tim Brown, he said he was worried that the scene would clear before we would go live and bring you the updates for our 4 o'clock hour. So we made the decision.
Okay, so a news crew wasn't shot. It was, they got out of there. Unless there was another news crew. It doesn't sound like they. Bye, Donna Warner. Hey, Mac Pride. Yeah, no shots heard. There's just a lot. I know, Mac, we're all like on high alert, you know. He's like, hi. I got Twitter. Hold on, let's see. And then I've got to go because I got to eat. Let's see. In Pine Hills, it says. Pine Hills neighborhood. Multiple people shot. Oh, wait. This is happening now at the same scene of a fatal shooting earlier. Oh, wait. There was 2 shootings there. What the and why is there so many murder-suicides? Are they just like labeling them wrong? I'm getting a hot flash. So there was a shooting in the afternoon, and now there's another one. We're going to be live with the sheriff in 7 minutes. It's the same scene, another shooting earlier Wednesday in which a woman in her 20s died. Click here to read that story. We'll watch that. I'll order my food and we'll watch that. Women in her 20s, so this is the one they were just talking about. Oh my God. And they show the reorder. Like, I cannot. Look at this ridiculousness. Look at their picture. Is the reorder part of the damn crime scene tape. We're live in about 6 minutes with this press conference for this. Multiple people shot at the same scene as a shooting earlier today. Investigators were called to the Hialeah Street near Balboa Drive and North Hastings after reports of a shooting at 11:15 this morning. Deputies discovered a woman in her 20s. She was pronounced dead at the scene. And this is that scene right here. They must have so many shootings. They're running out of their crime scene tape, for God's sakes. Her identity has not been released. Channel 9 is a crew. All right, let's go here. Is this it? This does not look like it is it. Nothing is coming up. Let's see today. Oh, is this what Shell was watching earlier?
When those shots woke up people who live near this home where this all took place. There's still bullet holes in the front door, and people who live here were just outside trying to clean up some of the debris left from earlier this morning. Those who heard all this commotion say that it was pretty scary.
The reverberation against my wall, like it was fireworks at first.
Multiple gunshots rang out in this otherwise quiet Palm Bay neighborhood.
This is a different area. I don't understand where their live stream is. Oh, there we are. Okay. Why is it so small? That's what she said. Ah! This has turned into a super long live. That's okay. That's all right. It's okay. All right, so this is about 4 minutes away from starting.
I flashed and said, wow, pretty far out. I thought it was pretty far out.
Let's see if we've got a hot mic yet. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So we are waiting for Orange County Sheriff John Mina to update us on this shooting. One happened in the afternoon. Another one happened tonight. We're going to find out what in the hell is going on. And I'm going to order dinner. I wonder if we'll find out who the suspect is. Multiple reports from local Orlando media indicates a news crew was shot in Pine Hills. Crews were there covering a shooting that happened earlier in the day. No word on what station, status of the reporters or photographers. Live presser at 7 p.m. So, and that is where we are right now. We're waiting for that. And that is where JB Bueno, no bueno. Nice talking to you too, Laughing Stock. Hi, Justice Jane. No bueno, no bueno, no bueno on that.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
I could probably stay live 24/7 and never run out of things to report. You guys ever had Polo Tropical? Polo Tropical?
It might be a few minutes after 7 now.
Might be a few minutes after 7.
Yeah. Can I hit the stage? I'll say yes, but I don't know for sure. But I've asked for that as well. Hey, John.
Mac Meatball.
Thank you. Oh yeah.
Meatball Ron DeSantis.
Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay.
Roberta.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Wake up.
Thank you, Ashley.
Okay. We are fighting to go at 7, so I'm gonna go live back here now.
Who's that talking? Everywhere's dangerous, Lainey. Max says, get you a pee bucket, Jay, and stay live 24/7. Diaper. Remember the lady that wanted to, like, kill her ex's new girlfriend and she put a diaper on? It was actually an astronaut. Do you remember that lady? She wore a diaper and she drove across the country. And she wore a diaper so she wouldn't have to stop and pee. She could get there, and I think she actually did kill someone, though. But she did wear a diaper. That lady was crazy. Potato, you remember that? Do you remember the... Hey, put a 1 in chat if you drink Shamrock shakes. Put a 2 if you think they're nasty. Oh, Pollo Tropical. Pollo. Yeah, she was an astronaut. Wasn't she from Texas, though, Cheryl? You never heard that one, Angie? I'm going to have to find it for you. I just put on YouTube, astronaut drives in, and it pulled up diapers. Lisa Nowak. That's her name. Lisa Nowak. I'll have to cover this one. I'll do a video for you. Or do a live for you, Angie. She drove 950 miles in diapers because she was jealous. She went to trial. She apologized. Wait, hold on. Check this out while we're waiting. I still didn't order my food. So ADD.
Hey everyone, we're gonna hold for 15 minutes. Okay, so we'll be out in
15 minutes. Oh my god. Are they flippin' kidding? Okay, well now we can watch our girl Lisa. Okay, let me mute that one. And we are so random here at J is for Justice. This is why you want to become a reverter, because we are the most random channel that you will come across. We're just awesome like that. We just kind of go wherever it takes us. Okay, so let's learn about this.
I think she wants to say. I think she does, Judge. Come forward, please.
This is the diaper wearing lady. She wants to apologize.
I'm glad to have this opportunity to apologize to Ms. Shipman in person.
Why don't you turn and face Ms. Shipman when you do this?
Shipman?
I'm glad to have the opportunity to apologize to you, Ms. Shipman, in person. I am sincerely sorry for causing fear and misunderstanding and all of the intense public exposure that you have suffered. I hope very much that we can all move forward from this with privacy and peace.
Privacy? She's like, I never want to hear about my diaper wearing ways again. Oh, so the girl lived. This is.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony?
Colleen Shipman.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
So you can find this on YouTube. About 14 years ago, this happened. Lisa Nowak. Let's see if there's a. Oh, there's a Family Guy joke about it.
Yes, everything seemed perfect in our household, but sometimes things aren't what they seem. We'd been so conditioned into believing our mother's life was empty, we couldn't even fathom the idea that another person would want it. It was a real all-about-Eve moment. Or if you're under 70, a real single white female moment. Or if you're under 50, a real swim fan moment. Or if you're black, the Beyoncé movie Obsessed, which I haven't seen but hear real good.
What the hell is that even about? Stupid. Anyways, let's get back. We got 10 minutes left. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Lisa Nowak documentary. Netflix. Oh, by the way, Murdaugh, big Netflix release. Kidnapping, and bondage, and diapers. Yikes. Trying to find a short video about it. Oh, of course she's from Florida too. Wow, that was fucking Sorry. All right, let's watch this one.
Lisa Nowak was an astronaut for 11 years. She qualified.
Is he AI, dude? What the?
Robotics specialist. And
that is not the one I wanted to watch. Here we go.
She's the woman at the center of the notorious astronaut love triangle that shocked the nation.
I do still have anxiety. I do still look over my shoulder a lot.
In 2007, Colleen Shipman was attacked with pepper spray in the airport parking lot in Orlando. Her assailant was somebody you'd never expect, an American hero, a female astronaut, Lisa Nowak.
We feel like the whole program's back on track.
Nowak drove 900 miles from Houston to Orlando, wearing adult diapers, so she wouldn't have to pull over for bathroom breaks, 14 hours in all.
NASA astronauts are absolutely stunned over the arrest of one of their colleagues.
The story was so sensational, it became a ripped from the headlines plot on Law & Order: Criminal Intent.
You got astronaut diapers.
What?
The motive? Nowak was going through a bad breakup with another NASA astronaut, space shuttle pilot Bill O'Feline, who was now dating Colleen Shipman. Nowak wanted to get her love rival out of the picture. But whatever happened to Colleen Shipman 10 years after she was attacked? Our Victoria Raconio traveled to Alaska, where Colleen settled into a new life. She's still coping with the trauma of what happened.
It was absolutely debilitating. I didn't leave the house for a 6-month period at one point.
Do you live in fear?
To this day, I'm always armed. I'm armed all the time, 24/7.
In this surveillance video, you can see astronaut Lisa Nowak pacing the terminal in Orlando, disguised in a hat, wig, gloves, and glasses. Then you see Colleen wearing a blue backpack. Nowak follows her down the escalator, then out the terminal to the parking lot where she pepper sprays Colleen. The disgraced astronaut pled guilty and was sentenced to just 2 days in jail and a year of probation. Her days in space were over. NASA fired her. The crime continues to haunt Colleen, even in her new life in Alaska.
If somebody were to sneak up on me, I jump out of my skin, and I can't help it.
But even a story as remarkable as this has a happy ending. Colleen got married. And her husband? Yep, it's Bill O'Feline, the pilot at the center of the love triangle, who walked down the aisle in an astronaut flight suit, while Colleen wore a traditional gown.
I call him the best husband ever, because he is, and I tell him every day. He makes me laugh every day.
They now have a 4-year-old son, and Colleen has just published her first novel, Eerie, using the pen name C.M. McCoy. She says writing has helped her close that dark chapter from her past.
Are you at peace now?
I'm not saying I'm happy that happened, but I like where I am right now.
Weird. Yeah.
Dave McDaniel continues our live team coverage. And Dave, this was a case with so many bizarre angles.
Well, absolutely. You think about a cross-country trip by car to apparently confront a romantic rival who was coming in on a flight from the same city that you drove in from. And you have all these disguises, supposedly. And you're talking about an astronaut, somebody who has an occupation of such high esteem, going to an airport to supposedly confront the other woman. Then you got prosecutors saying that a good part of the scheme caught on camera. Roughly 12:30 in the morning, February 5th, 2007, the airport terminal video seems to show Lisa Nowak settling in. Just after 1:10, she wanders in front of the security camera wearing a jacket, hat, and wig. Her romantic rival, Colleen Shipman, was apparently to land any minute. 10 minutes later, Shipman, with the blue backpack, walks toward baggage claim. Nowak keeps her distance but trails behind her. Down the stairs, both women go. Later, we see Shipman waiting for her luggage, while a few feet away, Lisa Nowak also waits. A minute or two later, we see Nowak buttoning up a trench coat. Shipman told police the woman who came after her with pepper spray was wearing a trench coat. Shipman's luggage is delayed, so this plays out another 2 hours. As Shipman walks to baggage claim a second time at 3:15 in the morning, Nowak apparently again follows, this time putting some sort of scarf over her head, knocking off her hat, but she doesn't stop to get it. The last shot on the tape, a person in a trench coat running past the doors, in the area where buses take people to remote airport parking lots. And it was in one of those parking lots where Colleen Shipman alleges that Lisa Nowak came after her. This was a very bizarre case that came to its criminal conclusion today. Reporting live in Orange County, Dave McDaniel, West 2 News.
Crazy town. So there, you learn a new case every day here at J is for Justice. Today you learned about the astronaut diaper wearing, adult diaper astronaut. How about that? All right, let's get back to our press conference. How you guys doing tonight? Did you guys all eat dinner? I haven't eaten dinner yet. I just got a thing from Newsbreak. Hold on. Guys. Air Force pilot took a frickin' selfie with the balloon. Look. See that? He took a selfie with the Chinese balloon behind him, and now it's in
Someone's my cube is losing battery up here.
Now it's in the news.
I just see the red light.
Thank you.
I'm gonna save this.
Crews out doing their job, and
You go to
we're
work,
hearing a
doing your
lot
job.
right now. We're not going to report anything until we have confirmed it and double confirmed it, because there are people that clearly are very concerned about loved ones.
And we're a small family. Those of us in the TV industry here, especially in Central Florida, we all know one another. We've all been here for quite some time. So when it broke in the newsroom, when we heard, you know, we hear that crews have been, could be possibly involved in this. I mean, you got goosebumps and wondering who was out there. We do know that our crews are safe at this point. We know that several people were hit, multiple people shot out on this scene. We knew that kids were out there at the time.
I just got this report. This comes from Darlene Jones. Darlene has told me that Felicia Ashley, our reporter on the scene, she is fine. Felicia's fine. Her photographer is. Felicia was just questioned by investigators here at the scene. You're looking live there. Again, this was a shooting that happened within the last hour. She and her photographer, Yulin Hodges, ducked for cover in their car when they heard the gunfire. They had just wrapped up their live report. Thankfully, they were back in their car. Apparently, the guy walked right past them, was not driving, walked right past them, and then shot another reporter and a photographer. I know the TV station with whom they work. I'm not ready to say that just yet. Yulin was able to record this happening. He is our photographer. He also apparently rendered some aid to whomever was shot.
Horrific.
But again, some of our colleagues in the news business were shot this afternoon. Apparently, to what level they are injured, we do not know, other than to tell you that at least one has been transported to Orlando Regional Medical Center, which is our level 1 trauma center.
Chantel Navarro is telling us that now 4 ambulances have showed up to ORMC. One did not have lights on when they approached the hospital. Again, our crew is right there. There's a live shot right now of ORMC. Again, it's a level 1 hospital. This is the hospital that took care of and tried to help so many of those who were injured during the Pulse nightclub mass shooting. But again, we are hearing that 4 ambulances were there. One did not have any lights on. But again, today really hitting home. Our news crew witnessing a shooter come by, walking down the sidewalk and fire into another news crew. We are not naming that news crew until the appropriate time. Right now is not the time.
No.
And we do know that
many of those people that would be involved in that, Martha, their family may be watching us for this information.
And we can tell you, again, as Greg just said, that our photographer rendered aid after this happened. We do know that one person has been detained at this time.
Our news managing editor is there, Dave Cyrack. Our assistant news director, Jason Balthazar, also there, as well as several of our crews. I'm getting this text message now. Again, the WFTV news crew, Felicia Ashley and Yulin Hodges, were not hurt. They witnessed it. They saw it happen. WFTV crew was interviewed by law enforcement. And again, we have all resources there to assist our crews and other crews as they piece this together. Another news crew from another station was impacted by this in this violent way, and we do not know in terms of the health and well-being of those individuals other than to tell you that they were caught up in some of this violence that we're seeing on our streets of Central Florida.
We want to go right now back out live to that scene where we have 3 crews covering this unfolding sad story. And Sabrina Majori is
So
out
we're
there,
waiting for a press conference right now.
And what can you tell us that's happening right now, Sabrina?
Martha, what we've seen in just the last few minutes is more deputies come to the scene. We've seen them set up this caution tape from this side, and we're being told that news crews on the
Okay, I'm
other
gonna mute
side
her
of the
for a
scene
second.
are also being told here.
What you're looking at down here is the flight radar. I checked this shit out, okay? So we have Air Force. This is one of the most followed, number 2 in the world right now. Over Poland. This is our Air Force over Poland. So I just wanted to tell you what I was looking at. So you're like, what is that on the screen? And then down here, then we have the selfie with the balloon. So there is an aerial overview of the Chinese balloon. I can't. While we're looking at this shit, we've got our Air Force over Poland. So you do the math, people. You do the math. All right, let's get back to our story.
What are you hearing in terms of the person who was arrested? Have you heard anything about that? What is the neighborhood reacting like? Are the doors closed, people inside, or have people started to gather?
No, the people are all outside, like
People
running
have
around.
certainly started to gather. I can kind of point you and direct you off to my left. You can see that we are, again, being kept quite some distance away, but we've seen this group of people here kind of gathered and also, like us, trying to understand what possibly has gone on here. Again, we know potentially multiple people involved in this. We don't have any more information about the person who was detained right now. We do expect that more information will be coming out shortly, especially as the sheriff is apparently supposed to head over here and potentially brief us in some time whenever he's able to do that. But again, that's what we know right now. We're still working to get a lot confirmed.
I'll give it a few
from
more
us here in the
minutes
field.
if they
We'll throw it back to you, Greg.
All right, Sabrina, thank you. And again, as we've been telling you, our photographer and our reporter, Felicia Ashley, were there. They witnessed this.
This
They
is a
witnessed someone
replay.
come down the sidewalk, come down and fire at another news crew. Texting,
right by
So we don't know
I'm
when
texting
we're going to be
Felicia right
getting
now. I'm
this, I
asking,
don't
how are you?
think. They're still waiting. So let's see what happens. I can't even figure out what I want to eat. Jesus. I don't think so. Is Biden still? No, he's in Poland. That must be him, right? They said a woman in her 20s was found dead, but that's all we know so far. I know. Quit screaming at me. I keep scrolling through all this food. I don't know. Nothing sounds good, so I just keep, like, not ordering anything, but I need to eat. How about Chinese? I hate Chinese balloon. Blech. I don't know if I'll ever even look at Chinese the same again. Oh, here we go.
Good evening. So this morning at 11 a.m., deputies respond to the 6100 block of Hialeah Street in reference to a shooting. Once there, they found a woman who was in her 20s who was shot and succumbed to her injuries. Our homicide detectives responded to that scene, conducted follow-up, collected evidence, and developed good leads on the suspect in that case this morning. At 4:05, we received 911 calls about another shooting at that location and a shooting nearby. On Hialeah Street, deputies located two men who had been shot in or near a vehicle. They are a News 13 reporter and photographer who were on the scene to cover the homicide from this morning. On Harrington Street, a woman and her 9-year-old girl were also shot inside of a home. It is unclear why the suspect entered that home. The victims were
lock your doors
to nearby hospitals, and tragically, one of the News 13 employees has passed.
Oh no.
So we have detained the person believed to be responsible for the murder this morning, as well as the shootings this afternoon. He is 19-year-old Keith Melvin Moses. He is being formally charged in the murder from this morning, and we expect additional charges for the shootings of the 4 people this afternoon. At 19, he has a lengthy criminal history to include gun charges, aggravated battery and assault with a deadly weapon, burglary, and grand theft charges. So I want to acknowledge what a horrible day this has been for our community and our media partners. I work closely with all of you and know many of you and know the very difficult job that you do, and also the very important job that you do for our community and for law enforcement. No one in our community, not a mother, not a 9-year-old, certainly not news professionals, should become the victim of
Californian couple can.
In our community. So at this time, I'm happy to take questions from you.
Sheriff, did he see the news crew in that area? Was he returning to the scene, saw them there and fired? What does he say?
So the suspect is not saying much right now. It is unclear if he knew they were news media or not. We're still trying to work all of that out. That vehicle was almost exactly in the same spot as the vehicle was from the homicide this morning. So it's unclear why exactly they were targeted, and certainly we're going to look into that, and we will definitely let you know.
How's the child doing?
So still in critical condition, and we'll notify you of the outcome soon.
Do we know if the shootings were connected?
So the shooting this morning, the 2 shootings of the 2 news reporters, and the shooting of the mother and the 9-year-old child are all connected. The same suspect, Mr. Moses, is responsible for all those shootings. He's been charged, formally charged in the murder this morning, and we expect charges soon on all of the other victims.
Do you know if he was targeting them because they were a news crew? He saw them going on TV, talking about a crime he's being accused of. Was this news crew targeted?
It's hard to know if he was targeting this news crew. Again, that'll be all part of our investigation. I was out there at the scene. The vehicle doesn't really look like a news vehicle to me. But then again, there was a photographer there, so that's possible. But that's all part of our investigation. He was an acquaintance of the woman this morning, but as far as we know, had no connection to the reporters and no connection to the mother and a 9-year-old, and we're unknown. We don't know why he entered that home.
How many shots were fired into the vehicle?
I don't have the information on how many shots were fired at this time.
Does it speak to a larger picture of media and safety and violence towards media within the last few years? You as the sheriff, do you find that extra concerning, even investigating the possibility?
So in this area, we have not had any violence against our media partners, but certainly we have seen that around the nation and around the world. So that's something we're definitely going to be taking a look at and see if we can put the pieces together and see why this happened.
Are there any indications that perhaps the suspect thought he may have been targeting law enforcement? I know sometimes our vehicles look very similar, especially in the before.
So in this area, So again, the vehicle didn't look like a typical news vehicle with a lot of markings on it. It's possible that he could have mistaken them for law enforcement. I just don't know at this time. Like I said, there was a photographer there, and both were in or near the vehicle, so you really don't know what was in the mind of this suspect. And hopefully at some point he'll talk to us about what his motives were. But regardless, he's eventually going to be charged with the murder this morning and then the 4 shootings this afternoon. Definitely murder on the news reporter.
Sheriff, when this happened, was there any?
What's
the condition of the woman and the young girl?
So right now, critical condition and at the hospital.
When this happened, was there any agent from Orange County investigating the prior murder?
No, so we had cleared the scene. The prior homicide happened at 11 o'clock in the morning. It happened in a vehicle. That vehicle was towed for processing. Detectives had already done their canvass of the neighborhood and had cleared the scene, and we're out actually following leads on this suspect, Moses, because they quickly developed him as the suspect in this case.
Sheriff, did you know that he was the suspect you were looking for the earlier murder before you returned to that area?
Yeah, that's unclear at this time. He was detained and arrested near that area right after the 2 shootings. A very good description was given out. Deputies located him in the exact same clothes that he was wearing during the shootings. And once they did detain him, homicide detectives who were familiar with him from the previous case said, yeah, that's our same guy from the earlier homicide.
Sheriff, do you know how long Moses has lived in this area at 19? Seems like he's been up to a lot.
Moses?
I do not know how long the suspect has lived in this area.
And just to be clear, it was a News 13 reporter and a photographer, correct? There was 2 different titles there.
That's correct. So they were both in or near the vehicle, a reporter and a photographer. And unfortunately, one has passed.
What is the condition of the other person?
So the mother is in, critical condition.
What's the condition of the photographer?
Yeah. So there is one News 13 media person who has passed from his injuries. The other person is being treated at the hospital.
Do you know the situation at the hospital? Is it on lockdown right now? Why?
I have no idea if there's any kind of situation at the hospital, not to my knowledge. We have plenty of deputies in that area.
Has there been any reports of witnesses saying that the suspect looked at several news vehicles or several vehicles to shoot inside?
I am not aware of any reports that the suspect was looking at any other news vehicles.
Any suspicious activity just looking into the vehicles?
I have not heard that yet, no.
Was the homicide this morning domestic related? Did the suspect know the victim?
So it's unclear. It seems like there were 3 people in the car. The suspect shot the victim as they were in that vehicle on Hialeah. So I'm assuming they were acquaintances. We just don't know the exact relationship at this point.
Sure.
Okay, so tragically, we have just learned that the 9-year-old has also succumbed to her injuries. We were waiting on next of kin notification, so just wanted to let you know that. So, so we have the 20-year-old female who was shot, killed this morning, has died. We have
who is this
news media
Moses?
Has died, and now the 9-year-old child has also passed from the gunshot wounds as well. So again, our hearts go out to her mom, who's also fighting for her life, and her father, and all of her family members, and of course, prayers and condolences to the news media and their family and friends of these media professionals.
Everybody okay? Sheriff, do you have a ballpark idea of how many other people were in that area around 4 o'clock today? Did other people witness this?
So we're doing our canvass right now. I mean, it was 4 o'clock, so chances are there were people out and about. We're doing all the normal things we do during an investigation. Looking for doorbell cameras and other cameras in the area. We're reviewing all that footage and certainly tracking down all the witnesses that we can.
I'm sorry, can you reiterate, did we know whether the suspect had any connection to the mom and the...
So that is unclear right now. So how it all worked, of course, we had the homicide earlier this morning. At some point around 4 o'clock, he returns to the scene. He goes to the vehicle where the news media people are at. He shoots both the people from News 13. Then he goes up to Harrington Street, takes a left, and there's a brown house up there. He walks inside the house and shoots the 9-year-old and the mom. And right now we're unclear as to why he shot them in that house. Really unclear as to why he shot at the news vehicle as well.
He isn't saying anything for himself?
No, he wasn't saying anything. We did, when deputies located him and arrested him, he was armed with a handgun, which we believe will link him to these cases as well.
So just to confirm, the other News 13 employee, are they in critical condition?
Yeah, they're in critical condition, correct.
Where was the suspect arrested?
About a block away from Hialeah. About a block away from the scene on Hialeah. Yeah, it's all very close where it all happened.
Everybody good? Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, thank you.
Awful. What was this dick's name again?
Was there
Hang on.
On the suspect in that case this morning. At 4:05, we received 911 calls about another shooting at that location and a shooting
twirling
nearby.
my hair.
On Hialeah Street, deputies located 2 men who had been shot in or near a
Keith
vehicle.
Moses?
They are News 13 reporters.
Keith Moses? Could this be the same guy? I don't know if this is the same guy. This is an 18-year-old, and all he had was some pot. Is it Keith? Did they say he was 19? Keith Melvin? Keith Melvin. Like to shove those spikes up his ass. It's him. Fuck is this? Why did that come up? Uh-oh. Looks like his mom just died January 14th. It says Diane Marie Hubble Moses passed away comfortably January 14th, 2023. She was born in Ann Arbor, April 21st, 1960. She worked at the Toledo Zoo. She is survived by her children, Kevin and Keith Hubble. I don't know if it's the same family, but she has way too many nieces and nephews to list. But I don't know if that's the same family. Isn't that weird? It's like nothing is out there about this yet. So, all right. That is the latest for you guys. Thanks for joining. Thanks for being here today. It was quite a long live, 4.5 hours. I got to get the fuck out of here. All right, guys. Dance it out. I will see you tomorrow. Maybe. No, tomorrow I'm off. I'll see you guys Friday. I'll see you guys on Friday live at 3 p.m. When this ends, you should be redirected right to that stream. Thank you for being here. Thanks for all the callers. You guys are amazing. Kimberly Moon, thank you. Oh my God, Kimberly Boone. She bought me dinner. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you for subscribing, Ferrera29. Thank you for subscribing, Mark. Stacy Sleuth. She says, Jay, you look young. My babies were born in 94 and 97. I was pregnant during the OJ case. My first one was 95. Buried Fish Heads. Thank you for subscribing. And Obsessed with Disneyland. Thank you for your super chat. You guys dance it out. I'll see you soon. Stay safe. Lock your damn doors.
God almighty.
And be a rebirder. I don't know.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 I don't give a damn.
Wake up.
You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the facts. I ain't got time for that. Stay up late, sipping on bacon in my Cadillacs. Oh yeah! Sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not